Well. Hello everyone, happy Monday, happy life, happy, I don't know, just being happy. Holy crap, this is a little too loud in my ears. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Welcome to day 145. Okay, I think it's still too loud, and boom, we've dialed it in. All right, we're locked in on a Monday. Hello everyone, thanks for being here. If you tune in as a VOD, well, firstly, I appreciate that the YouTube algorithm got you to watch my live stream after the fact. If you're watching now, if you've stumbled upon my live stream, well, thank you for watching. And for those of you who are returning viewers, I appreciate you guys the most because, my God, it's a nice feeling to know that people will support me with their time and energy. So, okay, I don't know where I'm going with that. I just got to clean up my desk a bit, and let me turn on my trusty little fan to keep me cool. Also, sorry, keep up. I've made my drink. It's like a concoction of everything. It's got a little bit of sparkling soda with some cranberry juice, with some blueberries. What do you think, Gimpap? Is it good? Let's move that out of the way. Not for you. Good boy. We got Kimbap in the house. He's just hanging out in his new bed over here next to me. My bad, Kimbap. And then we got, well, Nala was there. I think she just moved after I started yelling really loudly into the microphone. Where is Nala? That is where Nala would have been if she had shown up to work today. But man, you really just can't control cats, can you? Wait, hold on. All right, let me just make sure everything is fine. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. All right. I hope everyone had a good weekend. It is now almost 7:20 p.m. over here in Dubai, where I live. In case people are still curious, things are very, very calm and collected here in Dubai. There's nothing crazy going on. I can't remember the last time. I think there were some drone strikes. Or I say strikes, that's a little too severe. I think there were a few drones that were intercepted the other day, but it was like in the single digit for what it's worth. There's a lot of craziness in the world, always. What did I just woke up to, oh, that reminds me, someone sent me a message. Let me just say thank you to him for updating me. Someone messaged me this morning about the latest Ebola outbreak that's happening, that it's coming from the Congo, and there's been a few cases in Uganda. Like, I say few as in, I think literally there's like 2 or 3 cases in Uganda where I travel the most. Oh yeah, thanks for sharing this. So far seems not too severe, but fingers crossed. Okay. Yeah, the world is a little bit crazy in every direction. So you take it in stride, one day at a time, as they say. So hopefully everyone had a good weekend. What did I do over the weekend? I filmed I filmed some videos. I have another behind the lens episode that I kind of scripted up or mocked up, and then I've recorded myself talking to the camera. So if you don't recall, Behind the Lens, BTL, that was a series that I started right before my travels, right before the whole Iran war that kicked off end of February. And even while I was traveling, I still, thankfully, I had a few of those episodes that I was able to release. But now that I'm back in Dubai, I want to make sure I keep pumping out more of these types of videos. What are these videos, you might be asking? Behind the Lens is my attempt at doing more casual talking head style videos where I can just share a few minutes of my mind, whatever the topic is that I feel like is of interest to people. And it's just my way to keep exploring how I share myself, how I expand as a content creator, especially in the YouTube realm. So I do appreciate if any of you guys check out the videos. I've made, I think at this point, 3 to 5 episodes. And I've got a few more lined up. The one that I was filming just now, over the weekend, was around my opinion on creativity and whether it's like a nature versus nurture type argument. Are you able to grow your creativity? Are you able to grow your imagination, your way of thinking beyond whatever you were born with? And it's funny because I just had a good coffee chat session with a friend of mine here, and we initially had some disagreement, although I think we ended up agreeing more than we didn't. But I'm guilty of this. I think I have a tendency of just arguing for the argument's sake. So, but yeah, he's more of the opinion that creativity is something you're born with. It's like a trait, like your eye color, that you just either have it or you don't. Whereas for me, I view it as like, yes, there are outliers. There are people like the LeBron Jameses of the world, or, just like those freak athletes or freak specimens of humankind. And no matter how much you train or whatever, you'll never reach them in certain capacities, genetically speaking, whatever. But generally speaking, I do believe that creativity is like a muscle. It's just an invisible muscle. So we don't think that we don't see the development of it as physically, as visibly as we would going to the gym. So I think a lot of people just assume that you're either born creative or you're not. You can be an artist or you can't. And so I wanted to make a video where I kind of push back on that. I encourage people to basically become more creative. And I give some examples and why I think it's something that we can actually expand upon ourselves. Anyways, so that's what I did over the weekend. I'm excited to hopefully have that video out in front of you guys soon. And I did also post a few more videos over. Well, I guess I posted I just made an Instagram post. So those of you who follow me on Instagram or who would like to support me on Instagram, I appreciate all the support, no matter where it is. Hello, we got Fedorevsky and Katzenellenbogen in the chat. Let me just catch up. Let me turn down this thing here. So if you're on Instagram, I do appreciate anyone following me there to like and comment or whatever else. Actually, let me promote myself. ! Instagram. So feel free to check out my Instagram link that's in the chat. I just made a big carousel post with some of my top photos that I've edited and I captured using the Nikon Z6 III. So that's what the post was about. I just wanted to kind of it was almost a little bit of a homage or a celebration or reflection, if you will, of my journey with the Nikon Z6 III over the past year. I've been fortunate enough to travel a decent amount through 7 different countries with the Nikon Z6 III. And yeah, so it's a collage of some of my favorite photos that I've captured, as well as some video excerpts. So of course, it's my way to promote my latest YouTube videos. I've made a few on the Z6 III. The most recent one was one called The Art of Slowing Down, where I talk about why I love shooting slow motion. And of course, the Z6 III with its 240 frames per second capture ability has definitely expanded my arsenal for doing that on my travels. And then the one I posted, I think yesterday, was a more comprehensive, I think it's about 3 minutes long, and it's of my entire reflection, the key learning from traveling with the Z6 III over the year. So there's a few cinematic moments in there. I do appreciate if you guys check it out. Let me know what you think. Okay, anyways, that's a big little ramble there. Katzenellenbogen says, well, I did have a great weekend. I did find my Mac Studio, but my Mac is taking so long to update. It's been 4 hours. My internet is shitty. What do you mean? What do you mean you found your Mac Studio? How does one, help me understand this. How does one lose their Mac Studio? I've got my Mac Studio in front of me. This thing is not one that just wanders off on its own or one that you kind of just casually pack away, right? I'm curious what you mean. Maybe you moved apartments, but your Mac is taking so long to update. Oh, okay. So it's like one of you've had it for a number of years, I guess, is what you're saying. Hold on. Where did there we go. There's the music. Fedorevsky said, howdy, I'm Norwegian, so I was born with skis on my feet. You were born with the ability to do the frog crouch with the camera. No, we didn't call it the frog crouch, right? Well, I forget. We did come up with it. Did we say something? Or it's the Asian squat, right? And I don't know if we need to coin that, or I say coin. I don't know if we have to make it more popularized as a proper camera technique, shooting technique. But I do think you're correct. Doing the Asian squat is something that makes us Asians superior at certain types of shooting environments. But yeah. Anyways, good to see you guys. Happy Monday, Katzenellen, Fed, anyone else who's hopped in or joining at different points. yeah, so it's good to be back. Like I said, my goal is to stream about 5 days a week and then just kind of take it from there, 1 week at a time. So when I say 5 days, I've been kind of just targeting the weekdays. That gives me the weekends to catch up on things. And so far that scheduling has worked out. It also lets me just catch up offline with a few IRL friends that I still have here in Dubai. A lot of them left for various reasons, but also with the current war situation, some of them just kind of said, now's not the time. But yeah, so that's the current schedule. Today, it is now 7:30 p.m. I am going to be spending this time editing photos and videos until I get sick and tired of editing photos and videos, and chatting with you guys about whatever random topics we feel like talking about. So that's the routine. Katzenell and Boggin says Apple last week said it was delivered, whereas okay, I didn't even consider. Oh wait, you did. Did you tell me this? I forget. I didn't consider the fact it's a new Mac Studio. So let me reread what you had said before. I did find my Mac Studio. Okay. The matter was resolved. It was delivered, whereas it wasn't. Oh my god, that would terrify me. If something as like valuable and pricey and whatever else as a Mac Studio just doesn't show up. And also because that's a big ticket purchase, that whenever, obviously this is like a human nature thing, right? When you make these big ticket purchases, you're like so antsy, you can't wait. You become impatient for it to arrive. And so any days that it gets delayed, I would be furious mentally. Furious about the delays. So I'm happy for you, Katzenell and Boggin. Is this the Mac Studio? Because I have a Mac Studio. Which Mac Studio do I have? I have the Apple M3 Ultra with the 512 gigabyte memory, and that's all I can see on this quick little thing. It's super powerful. I got this knowing that I was about to have like over 100 terabytes worth of footage, and my desire to test out live streaming. So with all of that in mind, I decided it was a good investment. But oh my god, did that make my bank account cry? Oh, anyways, let's not talk about that. All right. So as I'm starting to do these days, as I get back into the world of streaming and finding ways to keep it interesting even for myself, I like to start off each stream by doing a little bit of just fun games, right? So I got my chess.com opened up, and I've got that sound game that I've been playing over the past week or so, which has been really fun, by the way. So we're just going to do that as a quick little mental warm-up and, get my creative juices flowing. So let's test out my ears. Turn on your sound. Put on your headphones. It is on. Let's do this. All right, we're going to go straight into hard mode. And let me pause the music over on this side. There we go. Okay, I also need to turn up the volume here. Oh, okay. I accept. Oh man, I did raise it and then I dropped it like an idiot. Okay. It's not bad. Okay, this might be my best game yet. Or, I mean, I didn't get a perfect score, but I got a bunch of 9.99s. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. All right. Oh, wait, they rounded them up to 10s? No shot. I mean, I'm not complaining. Did I get... No, I could have sworn there was a bunch of 9.99s, no? Okay, so they raised the 9.99 to a 10, and then I guess this one dropped down. Okay, fine. I accept this, and I'm going to screenshot this, because this might be the best game I've had so far. Perfect. Okay. All right, you know what? The 1 is all I need. If I get a score like this, I don't want to end on a bad note, right? I'm not gonna be able to surpass this. So I know when to quit while I'm ahead. I can't say the same for chess, so wish me luck on that. Okay, now I can turn the music down a bit. Or no, I can turn the music back on, and I can drop my audio levels here. Fed says, frog angle is the shot. Asian squat is the technique to do it handheld. Oh, you know what? I think I could do a Asian squat / crab walk. So I can do like a side panning motion tracking shot. Or would it be a side panning? I can do a side panning. Yeah, I could do a side panning shot, low angle Asian squat. I'm pretty sure that's in my toolkit of skills. I don't know if I've tried it yet. Katzenellen Boggin says it's an M4 Max with 2TB SSD and 48GB RAM. Man, M4 Max, I'm kind of jealous about that. That sounds powerful. I mean, the M3, the one I have, is super, super powerful. So I can only imagine what that means as an upgrade. Yeah. Oh man, are you gonna get into? What do you use it for, Katzenellen Boggin? I'm assuming it has to be for. I'm assuming you got it for like video, high-powered video stuff. I don't know. I can't wait for a touchscreen Mac so I can dump Windows forever. Oh man, I dumped Windows like years ago at this point. Never been happier. All right, let's get. I need best out of 3. I need to win 3 games in a row, and that will. Then I can move on. Or sorry, not 3 games. I need to win 2 out of 3 games in a satisfactory way for me to stop playing chess and then get into some chill photo video editing session time. When it comes to that, I didn't get to spend too much time or at all on Friday. I don't think I spent any time editing using the new DaVinci Resolve photo editing software. So I might go watch some YouTube videos on that. And then I think I might, I still have a lot of photos to edit, obviously, but I might do half and half and start editing some of the Uganda videos as well. Because I need to start exporting some of them. I need to also, yeah, I need to start working on some videos for other projects and vlogging and everything else. Is it my turn? No, it's, no. So that's what's on the docket for today. Katzenellen Boggin says, video editing, 3D rendering, and doing my physics simulation. Wow. I'm doing a minor in physics. Well, that sounds pretty darn intense there. 3D rendering. What software is best for that? Is that like when people say 3D rendering, does what's the thing? After Effects? Is that like an After Effects thing, or is it for 3D rendering the way you're talking about it? Is that like you need a more professional? That's like a more professional software. Yo, what is this guy doing? Why is this guy not moving? I mean, I'm not really complaining. Just give me the easy dub. All right. I think he's going to take my knight just to create an awkward pawn position, which I'm okay with. All right, okay, I need to move I have to kill it with the bishop first. Wait, no. Oh, okay. I have to take it with the pawn, because if I take it with the queen, he gets a free pawn from me. Oof. Okay. What to do? Okay, I think I'm just gonna get rid of that knight. I'm in a really bad spot here, guys. Although I guess if the queen goes there, I trade queens. It can't go there because my bishop's there. But I'm afraid of this guy, this bishop, and this queen and bishop combo is a bit threatening. The good thing on my side is he's low on time. He's got a minute and a half. I've got 2.5 minutes. So I have a bit more breathing space. So I think I'm gonna move my knight here. Just so I want the bishop to take it so I can even out my pawn structure. You know, get a little bit of a... Nothing is worse than seeing an awkward pawn structure like this. I'm talking as if I know what the hell I'm talking about, but that's kind of half the fun. It's like I have no one here to critique my chess skills, and I like it that way. So I can pretend as if like I'm deep in thought about like, oh, interesting. Indubitably. Yes, I see. Okay, shoot though. What do I do? It's gonna move. You're gonna move that pawn forward, and then I'll be effed. Will I be effed? Let's see. If I move this pawn, it's got 2 attack points, whereas I only got 1. Okay, so I can't do that. Well then, what the? Okay, I guess I just need to move my king out the way. Oh no! If I move, oh no, I think I'm fine. Okay, I'll move the king out the way. Oh, this is not looking good, guys. I need to just win on time here. I got a minute and a half. This guy's got less than a minute, but we're playing with getting back 2 seconds, I think, per turn. So let's see. Katzenell and Boggin says, Autodesk Maya and Arnold? What is that? Autodesk Maya and Arnold. I use it to animate real-time interactive scenes. Well, that sounds pretty badass, but what is an Autodesk Maya and Arnold? M&A? I didn't know there's a tool that was called what you just said out loud. All right, I'm gonna win because this guy's running out of time. If he moves the pawn, okay, that's what I was worried about, kind of. But then I was like, oh, it's not that bad because this pawn can't move forward if the queen's there. If takes, then I do that, and I'm still in a good spot. But what I do need to do is maybe I should move. Yeah, I think I need to move this rook forward. Okay, I think we're in a good spot here. Now I can't take because then the queen will checkmate me. So I just got to be careful here. And I think I'm going to move my rook forward to protect that pawn. And this dude's got less than 20 seconds. I win. By default, loser. Dude forgot to pay attention to the time. Loser. Okay, maybe I spoke too soon. This guy could all of a sudden switch gears and like, you know. But no, I think he's in... It's not like he's in like necessarily a better winning position or anything like that. So I think I'm still okay to go as long as I move fast. So at this point, I'm just going to move fast to... I got to go without thinking, basically. He's got 1 second left. Oh, okay. We're just gonna go fast. I just wanted him to not have any idea what the heck to do. Yeah, okay, I win. Was this my best game? Not really. This was a bit nerve-wracking. Although, I guess as I look at this, is there any reason I should have been nervous? Because, obviously he's trying to threaten this pawn with this like bishop-queen combo. But I've got the knight that's in the way, and I've got my rook to protect that pawn. So unless somehow he threatens me with a third piece, am I really in a bad spot? Because if he took the knight, the only option I have is to take it with the rook or this extra pawn. I probably would take it with this extra pawn, which threatens the queen. So then he would have to move the queen out of the way. Yeah, okay, you know what? I shouldn't have been nervous. I think I won that. It wasn't easy, but okay. All right, let's get one more W in the game, and then let's get some photo video editing done. I think I got some YouTube videos lined up. I think if Fed's in the chat, I did see one of, I saw you just posted a video, so we can chill and watch that as well. All right, this guy at least is going a bit faster than the previous one, so it's not as boring. Oh, I forgot. I need to figure out how to turn on the audio when I'm playing this. It's more fun when you can hear the chess sounds, like when you're moving the pieces. Oh, is it this button? No, that's just notification. Okay, I usually don't really like this game, or this, when this kind of opening or whatever happens. Because then it's just like a quagmire. I have no idea what to do. I just hit a bunch of random buttons. I just know this one, they like to do this double up queen and bishop. So sometimes I think I just block it with this pawn. It does leave this one, this knight is a bit exposed, but I obviously have this guy protecting, but I do have to be careful. Yeah, so here I think the issue is if I take with the knight, then the pawn comes up, threatens the knight, and the moment I have to escape with the knight, it leaves my bishop wide open. So I think what I should do is protect it. How? Because then if I don't take the knight will go there at some point. Okay, I think I should move this guy to protect my bishop. I don't know if that's the best strategy, but we'll find out. And now I think I'm gonna bait. I want to see what this guy does, because I'm leaving my bishop to attack. So will he take the bait? I'm assuming he will, because I think if he doesn't, oh, he didn't. Okay, I don't mind, because now I'm gonna force the knight. But if I do that, he might just sacrifice his bishop. Okay, what happens if I do this, and if he takes and I take, queen takes, I'm in a really nerve-wracking position because of this situation. So I think what I'll do is just double up on this knight, so I can at least trade with two pieces, and he'll lose one of his knights and a pawn in the process, and I feel less concerned about all of this attention. Oh, he did it anyways, this bastard. What does this mean? What does this mean? What's the best thing? Do I take with this one? No, because I need an escape valve. Yeah, okay, I'll take with this one. So now he's trying to, yeah, okay. Oh, shoot. Oh, but I forgot about this guy. So he's gonna get a free... So I'm gonna lose a knight in this process, yeah? Because if I take, queen checks me, then I'll have to move to the left. Oof, okay, we're in a bad spot, boys and girls. Okay, I guess the best thing is just accept the fact that I'm about to lose my knight. What can you do, you know? Life is all about trade-offs. Fed says, yeah, I posted it yesterday. Awesome. Well, I think I clicked on it. I have it lined up. So we'll definitely take a look. I just need to figure out how to save myself from the mess I've made. I'm trying to put some pressure on this pawn. So ideally I can at least move this rook up here to point it straight at this queen if he doesn't move the queen. So that if I take this pawn and the knight's not there, he won't be able to capture it. Because it'll expose the queen. So basically at this point I'm trying to do some trickery. I'm hoping that this guy, because he got a free piece out of me, he's going to get overly confident. He's going to relax a bit, just thinks he's got this in the bag kind of situation. That's like my only hope I have right now. What if I do this? No. God, I'm in a desperate situation, aren't I? Okay, I guess I'll have to start trading at least. I need to... this dude having both his bishops is a bit terrifying. So I'll accept the trade-off there. Now, if he doesn't do anything, at least I'll get one free pawn out of this trade. Because then this rook will protect my pawn when I have to back my queen out of the way. Okay, so that is what we'll do. I don't have a lot of good options here. Oh no, I only have 8 seconds left. Holy Christ. Okay. Maybe he's gonna sacrifice his knight here. That's my big brain assumption. And I was wrong. Oh shoot, I gotta move fast. So I think this is my best bet, is to just at least threaten. Okay, I got 4 seconds. Yikes. Alright, we're just gonna trade off pieces for now. Maybe he'll take it with the rook. Yep, okay. Now let me do a bit of forking. He's gonna have to move it there. Oh, shoot. Oh, no. Okay, well, GG's, I lost. Not so good, not so good. But that's okay. We're trying to do best out of 3. So if I win this one, I can move on. If I lose, well, then we gotta slave away a bit longer. Man, chess is so addicting. What is that one statistic? Someone said like you can play. There's more combinations of chess games. What was it? I'm butchering it, but it's something about like it's almost like infinite, the number of chess game combinations that exist. I guess it's like the same with if you shuffle a deck of cards. I guess like the randomness of it all and like the number of variables or something. Yo, we got Markman in the chat. Markman, hold on, I'm a bit distracted, so I'll do my best to respond and not lose this game. But that's easier said than done. Markman said, got to admit, your Z63 video and photos look great. I need to step up my game. Well, thank you for admitting it. Admitting is the first step, they say, right? No, I appreciate that, man. I very much appreciate that. Again, shout out to my editor. I have his tag in my YouTube videos, Himanshu. So he helps me. He's been helping me out tremendously on all of my videos of late. I still end up doing a decent amount of editing on my side, but that's partially because I enjoy doing it. Sometimes it's easier for me to do certain things than him doing it because I also have access to all the raw files and all that. But generally speaking, like he does such a fantastic job of kind of understanding the flow that I want. And what I mentioned is his ability to mix, to do like sound design is fantastic, like levels above what I currently can do. And I think that's what excites me the most about the fact that I'm working with him, is knowing it's just such a good feeling to work with people that you know are at levels higher, like very much superior than you, where you know you can trust them to do excellent quality, but also you feel like you can learn from them at the same time. So it doesn't have to feel so one-sided of like, I don't know. I don't mean this with hubris as if like I'm the best at everything or anything like that, but I guess I've had a lot of bad, I've had some bad editors, let's just say. If you guys have been watching my stream for however long, you'll be aware that I struggle quite a bit to find a good editor, and I've had a bunch of bad apples. And when I say bad apples, I'm talking like just like poor like unprofessional, but also poor quality, and just a lot of ripping out your hair and frustration at just yeah, just too many things. So with Himanshu, it's been really fun. I'm excited. I hope he's excited with the kind of content that he gets to make with me. But I'm also just excited for what this could, if we maintain this kind of a partnership and building content. I think I'm hopeful for where I can push the channel, the direction of the channel. So anyways, long randomness of just spewing my thoughts there. But thank you. What I meant to say is thank you, Mark. Thanks for hopping in to let me know. Yeah, a lot more to come, by the way. I'm trying to do like 2 videos per week. That's my current, that's my current ambition. And I think it is achievable. So, but wish me luck. Okay, we are now stuck in the mud here. I don't know what to do here. There's not a lot of good... Oh, shoot. Okay, I gotta be careful that I have this pawn exposed. So I might sacrifice this... Okay, I'm gonna sacrifice this knight. Or I'll let it be open for the taking. So it'll open up this lane. Nice. Okay. So he took it, which is good because now I've got this... I got this rook opened up on this lane. And I've got both of these guys. Okay, so now what? And he got rid of his dark bishop. So if I put the rook here, he can only take it with... Oh, shoot. I left myself a bit exposed. What do I do? I just gave him a free pawn because I can't take it because my king is in the way. So let me push this guy off so he has to back off with the knight, which I'm okay with for now. And we'll accept this trade-off. Okay, so at least I've got these 2 guys on this lane. So I'll get a free pawn here. So I can make up for the lost pawn there. And this one is now openly, or this one's exposed, so I should be able to grab it later. Okay, so now we're gonna do a bit of checking. He'll probably take with that one. I check again. He might move this down, which he did, but that's fine. I get another free piece here. He might move this down, and then I'll take his queen. We'll do some trade-offs. We're in a good spot. All right. You done effed up, as they say. But I can't be cocky with it because I gotta be careful. Okay. I think I was a bit too cocky. I gotta be careful now. Okay, but he left himself exposed. Oh, idiot. Idiot. I can either check his queen and get rid of this pawn here that's threatening me, or I can fork his queen and his rook, and if he tries to check me by moving the pawn down, I'll just take the queen. So I should, out of this, I should end up with a good trade. I should end up with the rook. Idiot. Idiot. Markman says, I gotta pay attention to the time. Okay, hold on. Hold on, Markman. Let me grab this rook. He's gonna move this pawn down. So predictable, this guy. That's fine. I'll protect myself. Then I should move. What should I do? Yeah, okay. I think I'm gonna threaten this knight here. Because it was a bit exposed, which is fine. Okay, now I think I'll move. Okay. Oh, I got 18 seconds. Hold on a second. I think I'm gonna move my queen to this open lane. Okay. Then I'm gonna threaten his queen. Then I'm gonna protect this pawn. I'll take this. All right, this guy's getting desperate. That's a good sign for me. And then I'm gonna move this down. And if he doesn't move his queen or his king out of the way, ooh, he just lost his queen. You done effed up in the A. This guy might as well just resign at this point. This is too humiliating, man. Oh, saw it coming a mile away. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna... you know what? One thing I really hate, because you run into this every day that I play chess, you run into this. Okay, good. Yeah, see? No, I did run into it again. These losers, okay? These losers who play chess, including me, but what I'm about to say will make sense. They are so, I guess the term I always say is ass-pained, but they're so ass-pained about losing. It's just chess, bro. Get over it. Some people And by the way, I shamelessly report these people every single time. They're so worked up about losing a game of chess that instead of just resigning, they choose to abandon the game. And I can't understand the psychology behind it. Yo, we got KG in the chat. KG Photography says, hello, hello. It's good to see you. Oh my God, it's been a long time since I've seen that name in the chat. With the epic emotes too. I think KG, since you've been gone, I've got some new emotes of my cats, by the way. I should put it in the chat in a second. Hope you're doing well. Markman said, that video reminded me on how amazing the Z6 III is. Often new cameras distract us with what we already have. Thank you very much. And I'll do full screen just to say hi. And my cats say hi. I think both of them are hanging out here. We got Kimbap. I think I need to adjust. Do I have my focus on auto? Or do I need to manually change it? It might be on auto. Hold on, you know what? We'll just manually get to Kimbap there. There you go. Good boy. We got Kimbap in this bed, and Nala's been hanging out. This is one thing that's changed since I've been gone. I was traveling for the past 2 months, and during that time, my cats, I guess, changed personalities. Literally, I think, not literally, but in some ways they did. Because once I got back, Nala's always the one that's super cuddly. She's the one who wants to like be on my lap all the time. She kind of is like that still. But then Kimbap ended up being way more touchy-feely. And you can see here, he just like, if I move to the living room couch area, he follows me. If I go to the bed, he follows me. And I'm not complaining, but that is one thing I've noticed has been a bit different since I've been back. KG says, you as well, what have you been up to? And hello, kitties. I've been traveling for the past 2 months for some film projects. One of them, I haven't been able to explain too much because it's not public yet in terms of the actual project. I got hit up by someone who works as a DOP for CNN Create, which is like the creative branch of CNN International. And I got to work on a film project with them in another country. So that was super cool. So that was one of the projects. I went to Uganda for my own trip. I was organizing a tour for a couple photographers who joined me to do like chimpanzee, gorilla treks, shoebill, stuff like that. And then I did a 10-day workshop for a safari company where I trained about 20 of their safari guides on photography. So like wildlife photography especially. But that was really fun. So those are 3 things that I did over the past 2 months, which required me to leave the country for that entirety, especially because of the current war that's happening in this region. Since I'm in Dubai, it just made sense for me to exit for the interim. Now I'm back in Dubai. Things seem to have calmed down. Fingers crossed that everything smooths over. But how are you doing, KG? I think last time we spoke, I think you might have had a new job, or you had something where your scheduling had shifted quite significantly. Hopefully you're doing well. I don't know if you are continuing to stream or anything like that. And then let me respond to Mark's question. Markman, you said you had mentioned it reminded you how amazing the Z6 III is. Often new cameras distract us with what we already have. I couldn't agree more, right? And I'm guilty of always chasing after the very shiny objects. But in reality, the Z6 III it's like a really impressive camera. And now, because of the new cameras and everything else, technically I think the price for the Z6 III has dropped significantly. But the fact that I was able to film like 6K 60 frames, I believe, so up to 6K 60 frames, 4K 120 with a bit of a crop, the fact that I was getting the 12-bit NRAW footage that I was shooting with the Z9 at the time and the Z8s. So I had consistent color grading with the high quality of the video footage, and then being able to switch over to photo mode. And I'm glad, I thank you again for your kind words. I hope you guys do enjoy the photos that I captured with the camera as well. I just posted on Instagram like about a number of my top photos. So I do hope you'll check out that post and give it a like or leave a comment. All of that does help me across all my channels as I get back into posting content and hopefully get to the next level. KG says, still waiting on my opportunity to go take pictures of wildlife over there. Yes, I've heard about all that. I hope it is calming down. Yeah, I mean, even from the start of the war, the conflict, whatever, I think it was always a little bit overblown what you see online and hear about what's happening in Dubai. It was never, whatever was the average of what you hear is happening in Dubai, the reality is probably like 20% of whatever you hear was the actual reality and severity of it. But not to downplay it like 100% or anything like that. And again, I've been gone for the past 2 months. I don't know how much worse it had gotten during that time, but at least when I left, I didn't leave because I felt so scared, like physically or anything like that. It was literally just because I didn't want to be stuck in Dubai when I have these film projects with big companies, or like for people that it's not just my own personal stuff, where people are relying on me to provide some service. I did not want to be in a situation where the airport shuts down or my flight gets canceled and then missed opportunity. So, but yeah, no, thanks for asking. But yeah, that's the current situation. KG says, I haven't streamed in a while due to my schedule, but I want to get back to it. I did my first true wedding in the rain, like all day. It was flooding. Damn, I'm jealous. I think, well, I guess the bride and groom probably didn't like it, but shooting in the rain is always fun. And the shots you end up are more unique. It's more clean, but might not. Oh yeah, I guess maybe not so good on a wedding. I had the whole clear umbrella ordeal, and I'm so excited to share it. Oh, nice. Might just get back on stream to share those. And plus, Lucky, of course, I remember Lucky IRL, videoing some behind the scenes. Man, I'm jealous. I need a film partner. I need a camera or whatever film partner, so I need a film crew for sure. It's cool that you guys have that. But thank you for sharing. I'm glad to hear things are going well. I'm glad you're working on those types of projects. Oh yeah, sorry, because I do have ADHD. I'm sure if I ever went back to the doctor to actually hear the diagnosis. What was I saying? Oh yeah, these losers on chess.com who get so ass pained about losing a game of chess that instead of just resigning like a gentleman or gentlewoman or whatever, just like own your loss. It's a freaking game. Instead, they get so pouty and ass uppity that they abandon the game. I don't know why. I don't know what their logic is. Maybe the logic is they're like, oh, I don't want to have it's going to be a loss either way. You're going to lose the game. It's going to be a negative on your record. But do they think like somehow statistically it's being tracked in a measurable or actionable way to have on your record? Oh, I lost, but I didn't lose by resignation. I lost by time. Would you rather have a loss on your record because you ran out of time? Is that what you build up in your head that makes you say, instead of just quitting the game, I'm going to abandon the game with the hopes that the time runs out and the algorithm doesn't catch that I abandoned it and will instead assume that I lost on time? What kind of pride is required? You can see I'm getting worked up over this because it does bother me. Like, if I'm being honest, I'm being a little bit hyperbolic, but no, not really, not with this. I don't understand the psyche of these people who let something as trivial as a chess match. It's funny me saying that because I'm getting worked over. I'm getting worked up over something trivial as well. So there's two sides to the coin. But in my side, I'm thinking like, wow, you're getting so worked up over losing a game that you'll abandon it. And so whenever someone does this, I always make sure to report them. I don't know how to do it on this browser version. Oh wait, okay, if I click on his profile, there we go. I report and I block. So I report them for stalling and quitting the game, and then I block. Because I also don't, I want to weed out any of these people. I never want to randomly run into them again, because ideally I never have to deal with anyone who does that. Because I would never do that. I think it's just so unprincipled, not unprincipled. It's just such a petty, I don't know, it's so pathetic. Okay, sorry, I'm getting too worked up. Yo, we got Mustafa in the chat. Mustafa over on the Kick, my one true Kick follower. Thank you very much. Because I think the rest of the people who follow me on Kick are just bots who are promoting something. So thank you, Mustafa. I forget if maybe you did promote something to me as well. But thank you for being here regardless. Saying, how are you? I'm doing well. How's your cats? My cats are doing very well. They're happy that I'm back from my 2 months of traveling. So it's good to just kind of chill with them. So I'll put it on the cat camera for a second. KG says, I agree. I'm competitive, but it's just a game. I don't play chess though. I'll leave that for the experts. Yeah. And like I said, I'm kind of just being a little whatever fun with it. But I'm sure they are saying the exact same thing about me. Like, yo, why are you getting so worked up over a game of chess that you're letting someone abandon the game bother you this much? And that is a good point. I won't, I never thought of it that way until I just play devil's advocate right now. And that is a good point. That's like, why am I just as bad to be so petty on the flip side that if someone does that, I have to report them? I think so, but I still think I'm coming with a bit more of a morally and ethically superior position either way. My actions are equal in terms of its pettiness and the fact that I get so triggered by something trivial. I agree on that, but my moral superiority could not be more high on this. Okay. Okay. Anyways, Mustafa says, thank you. I am cool. Nice. You are cool. I appreciate you being here. Okay, so guys, thank you guys for being here. And some of these friendly and familiar names that I haven't seen in quite some time. I'm glad you guys have stumbled back onto my stream. Even if you don't come back, I do appreciate you being here for today. So as I was saying, I've been gone for the past 2 months. I've been back for the past maybe like week and a half. And I'm getting back into streaming after so much time away. We're aiming for like 5 days a week to do 3 to 5 hours worth of streaming per day. Right now it's 8 p.m. my time. And I'm going to use this time to do typical things that you might be used to when you see me on stream. I have a lot of photos and videos that I need to edit. So I think the past week I was focusing mostly on photo editing. So I think to start off today's stream, when it comes to the editing stuff, I might do more videos first. As a quick little recap, these are the photos that we fully edited over the past week or so of streaming. We did a lot of these shoe bills because it was the first few days of my one of my Uganda trips where I was taking some guests with me. We started with some shoe bill excursions. So I was able to spend some time shoot with the ZR. So I was traveling with 2 Nikon ZRs. And for this day one, I was shooting with the 400mm f2.8 lens, which is my pride and joy, and also the source of a lot of tears because of how expensive it is. Oh, we got L thing in the chat. L says, hey, Yobel, I just finished my first day of work at the new job. Yo, congrats. Man, that must be a interesting feeling. New job, first day. It's like, you know what? It's not on the same level. But when I think back to and L says it's the shoe bill. Yes, it is. The infamous or famous shoe bill. Sometimes I don't remember much from my childhood, but when I do feel nostalgic, one of them is like trying to remember. I wish I could go back in time and relive all the emotions I must have felt on the first day of school, especially first day of school in like when you enter new schooling. So whatever, like first grade for me, 7th grade because we had our middle school that was like 7th and 8th graders, and then obviously freshmen as a high school. I'm curious, I wish I could relive those moments, the good and the bad, of like the adrenaline, the fear, the anxiety, the excitement of just whatever. The world was your oyster back then. Oh, I'm so jealous. Every year as I get older, those are, I guess, some of the things I ponder. But I don't know, would it be similar when it's your first day at a new job? I guess it's a more adult version. So it might be more, maybe it's more depressing, potentially. Depends on the job, I guess, right? If it's your dream job, okay. Like if it's me working at National Geographic, which would definitely be a dream job of mine, my God, I'm sure that's like on another level. Anyway, sorry, I'm going my own tangent. Hope you had a good day of your new job, L. I think, is this related to the concert that you were shooting? I don't know. These are some of the top photos that I took from that day. I really did like this photo just because the shoe bill ended up doing something that looked more like a ballet type graceful pose. I don't know if graceful is the word, but it almost feels like it's graceful just because the curvature of the mouth is lining up with the feathers towards the tail. And obviously it's doing this weird thing with its neck. So the neck is elongated. So it feels like it's supposed to be something more graceful. I don't know. There's more curvature here. And this one we just went out smiling. So yeah, these are the shots. I might, as we learn more about how to edit photos with DaVinci Resolve, we have the beta version of that. I might play with that one as well. And then these are the shots from day 2. Markman asked, are you going to get the 120 to 300 f2.8 for the Z mount? I feel like I'm obligated to, because that is like the perfect range, in my opinion, when it comes to wildlife and travel. And I mentioned with these guys, so these are my 2 guests that joined me on my recent Uganda trip. He rocks a Nikon Z8 with the 400 2.8 lens. On this day, Fiona on the right, she was shooting with, I think she also had she had a Nikon Z9, and then she was borrowing my 400 2.8 lens. So these guys and myself were used to shooting with these like long tele lenses, and he also has his own 600 lens. He didn't bring it with him, but we had a number of conversations about like what would be the ideal lens and the focal length, and we all came to the same conclusion that a 300 millimeter focal length is like the ideal for our type of shooting, which is mostly for wildlife. Whether you're on a Jeep safari or on a trek or whatever in between on a boat, that 300 ends up being a decent length where you're more likely to still, get a shot. You can always crop in a bit more depending on what you're shooting with, but then you can also be far enough away to, get more within range. So to have a 120 to 300 with a fixed 2.8 aperture is like music to my ears. Because now you're telling me I could technically zoom out all the way to 120, which for gorilla treks, chimpanzee treks, for the Jeep safaris, when like a giraffe or an elephant is approaching your vehicle, or like a lion or whatever else, to be able to drop back to 120 millimeters, plus having a built-in 1.4x teleconverter. Actually, what is the math on that? What is 300? Oh, wait, is it? I don't even know if it's 1.4x. My assumption is 1.4x. So if it's 300 times 1.4. Okay, yeah, so it goes up to 420, right? So then it's like, it gets me back up to a 400 millimeter lens. And of course, then you're losing out on, the fact that it could go up to like a 600, like a 560 millimeter, or I forget what the conversion is. If you have a 400 lens with the 1.4x, I could just do the math. I have my calculator in front of me. 560, yes. So yes, I mean, obviously 560 is better than 420 when you need to get that punched in shot. But realistically,
where is chat?
Where is chat? Is it not connected? Or are you saying it's quiet? Well, we have a quiet day today. Although there's a lot of you on YouTube, so thank you guys on the YouTube side. Twitch has been a little bit slow for me since I've been back. It's been like slow goings in terms of building up an audience again of consistently watching. But I do my best. I got to show up to work. I can't complain, right? So yeah, if I shoot with a 300 millimeter lens, but bring it up to a 420, compared to shooting 400 and being able to bring it up to a 560, realistically, and I'm sure it'll be the same. Out of Focus, I like the username. Out of Focus says hi on the YouTube side. Yo, thank you very much. Out of Focus. What a name. And something had just happened. Oh, thank you. Risenga Thomas, thank you very much for the sub over on the YouTube side. I appreciate it. Wow. Well, thank you guys. We're just doing some chill photo and video edits for the day. And then I'm just trying to explain, because yeah, it was a good question about if I'm getting that 120 300, and I have a very long answer to your simple question mark. I don't know with the 300 what will happen when we punch it up to 420, but what I can tell you is when I'm shooting a 400 with my 400 lens and I crop into 506, or when I use the teleconverter, the problem I run into when I'm shooting at those extreme focal lengths, especially for wildlife where all it takes is a little bit of heat distortion. All it takes is you're shooting a little bit in the midday and there's just a little bit too much heat in your what you're shooting, then it will make the shot a little bit fuzzy, right? So even shooting at 560, it doesn't necessarily mean you're gonna get clean shots depending on where you are. Whereas like I think if you shoot with a 300 and it jumps up to a 420, I think at that 400-ish range, you might still be close enough to your subject where there won't be as much of like distortion or any other types of artifacts that might get in the way, I think. And then I'm okay with that because depending on what you shoot with, let's say if you shoot with the Z9 or Z8, or fingers crossed, the new Z9 Mark II, whenever that comes up, you're shooting with a large enough megapixel that you could always crop in. You just can't crop out, right? Obviously. So I prefer a 120-300. Am I going to get it? Here's where I have a relationship with Nikon, right? So I am a Nikon creator in the Middle East African region. So one of the things I'm fingers crossed hoping for is I can work out some kind of barter or some deal with them to either get a nice little hefty discount, or in exchange for making some content or whatever I can do with them, hopefully getting my hands on owning one of the 120-300s. I have no idea what the price tag is. I don't know anything, but I'm supposed to have a chat with them now that I'm back in Dubai. So fingers crossed that, because that 120, oh my God, that was like that's a perfect lens for everything. What you see here, right? Shooting this shoe build. This was shot with a 70-200 lens at f2.8 because again, I was letting my guest, was borrowing my 400 for this one, which I was happy to do. So even with the 70-200, you can see, I was focusing more on environmental shots, but even here at the 200 range, I was able to crop in just a little bit and still end up with a clean image, even though there's a bit of heat distortion. But that 70-200 at the 200 range, I'm assuming I shot this at 200. Yeah, this is at 200. So now if I could have shot this at 300, or what did I say? 300 or 420, God, I would have been very, very happy with this. And I'm assuming the lens is much lighter as well. So it would be lighter, cheaper, and at the range that would work for the shoe bill. It would work for the chimpanzees. It would work for the gorillas. God, it is the perfect lens for the type of wildlife that I do. So I just need to pitch this to Nikon and convince them, like, homie, slap one of those lenses in my hands and I will go out there and create content for you. I promise you, I'll make the content. Just give me that bad boy. Out of Focus says that's my username on my photo profile, but in English because I'm Serbian. Oh, nice, nice. I don't mean to say nice in some weird way, but meeting a Serbian person is a bit exotic in my world. One of my close friends in high school is Serbian, but I don't think I've met or spoken with or whatever anyone else from Serbia since. So it's a very random thing, but thank you for watching. Are you in Serbia right now? Because it is also, I'm always curious who ends up stumbling onto my channel and where they're watching from. And so I know there's a number of you guys in some of the European countries. We got some in the States. I think we got one in the Philippines. We had a couple, I think, in Japan, and now someone from Serbia. Out of Focus says I'm a Canon user, but that lens is huge. I've been saving for the 85 1.2, but I haven't pulled the trigger. And you are now? Yes, you live here. Nice. Okay, well, thank you very much. I love the 85 1.2 mark. I think that was for a while my favorite lens in the past couple years, or at least year and a half. I think I've been really enjoying shooting with the 85 1.2 lens. Some of my favorite footage from even the chimp films that I made was with the 85. But with the Nikon lenses, they are a bit heavier, right? Actually, can you see it from the cat angle? Yeah, I guess you can see here. So this is my 85. What do you think, Kimpop? There we go. So here's the 85 1.2. It's a beast of a lens. My understanding, it's much heavier than the Canon and Sony. I say much, but relatively speaking, it's heavier than the Canon and Sony equivalents. But as far as I know, I feel like Nikon's glass is superior. But maybe it's one of those things in the margins if you look at it technically speaking. But from my end, I have zero complaints about the quality that you get out of these Nikon lenses. It's really just about the weight. The weight is always the downside. But thankfully, I grew up with wrestling as my main sport for my entire childhood. And that wrestling has been put to good use because now my back, even though I'm older now, so I get back problems and neck problems just from yawning too hard or sleeping awkwardly. But the strength that I've been able to build up and the resilience allows me to travel and shoot with these guys and just suck it up when it gets too exhausting. But yeah, if it was lighter, I'm not complaining. So if I don't have to travel with my 400 lens, which is way up there, I guess it's too dark for you guys to see. My 400 is up on the top shelf. If I could now exchange that for a 120 to 300, depending on the weight, now we're talking. All right, let me put this back. Out of Focus says, I'm still an amateur photographer and currently I only own 51.8. That's a great lens. I think that's a good versatile lens for a lot of situations. You had the 18 to 135 millimeter, but I sold it to get a better zoom. So I'm thinking, should I go prime and get 85 or get a zoom? Well, I guess it depends on, I like these questions, by the way. Feel free to keep throwing questions my way. We'll treat these live streams as like AMAs sessions. Out of Focus also said, cat. I have 3 cats. Okay, well, listen, what is this, a competition or something? Jeez. I have 3 cats too. What are you talking about? I got my cat here, Kimbap. And then I have Nala. And right next to Nala is the 3rd cat, which has no name. So there we go. You might want to get the 7200 f2.8 Mark II. Dude, I was so jealous. Listen, I felt slighted that Nikon didn't reach out to me to test that camera or that lens, because same thing, in the same way I feel about this 120 to 300, the 7200 is, especially the new one, would have been perfect. I was in Uganda, how, like, you know, 2 trips to Uganda and a trip to Tanzania. The amount of opportunities where a 70 to 200 is the perfect lens for chimpanzees and gorilla treks and even the shoe bills, like I showed. If I could have tested that new 70 to 200 on those jungle forest treks and everything else, Nikon should have been happy, because they would have gotten some, hopefully, right, fingers crossed, but they would have gotten some excellent photos and videos with their new 70 to 200. And I would be the best case study, because what am I selling, or what am I, what's the use case that I'm pitching is that, hey, I do a lot of these crazy treks, and the weight of all of my gear makes a significant difference in terms of my energy level as well as how much I can shoot effectively. So to shave off, you know, even a little bit of weight with better quality, faster lens, especially for chimps and gorillas, you're shooting in low light situations, right? It's oftentimes dimly lit under the canopy. So having a 2.8 is like a must. Like if I shoot with an f4, it's impossible, or you have to sacrifice a lot of noise and grain in order to have a clean shot. So I think I was the perfect candidate for them to lend a 70 to 200 my way. Unfortunately, when my trips were happening, it was like, I heard about the new 7200 when I was already traveling, first of all. And then secondly, everything shut down in the Middle East African region in terms of like projects and stuff because of the Iran war situation. So unfortunately, timing wise, not the best, but, and this is why it's so important that I keep creating these types of content. I just need to make it so they have no choice but to work with me with every new product that they put out there. And that requires me to constantly put out epic content. So Mark, your comments, I really do sincerely appreciate you saying that. I think you left a comment in the YouTube video as well. It means a lot, and hopefully there's enough of those comments over time that I can show it to Nikon. But I do need all of my videos where I'm promoting, you know, Nikon products, or just in general promoting my travels. I need it to always be the best caliber, so that Nikon has no choice but to say, we need to work with Yobel because we know he can produce some really clean, you know, marketing collateral at the worst. Sorry. Okay, I'm going on some tangents here. I was supposed to go through what are the latest photos. This is where we stopped in terms of the last photo that I edited. But like I said, I want to shift gears and do a bit more video editing. So we're gonna pull back, probably do more shoe bill stuff, because this is where we are. And then let me just set up a few timelines, and then oh, and let me respond to the questions, but hold on. I can't multitask on these things. Find timeline immediate pull. Okay. So let me open up all of my freaking timelines from this. And so what we're editing is the photography tour that I organized and led in Uganda. We spent about 9 days traveling through a bunch of national parks for wildlife experiences. Okay, so Mark says, from my understanding, Nikon lenses are designed for correction in lenses, while other manufacturers do lens corrections through software. Interesting. I didn't know that. I'm going to sound bad, but Nikon needs to get lenses to the people who rep them and like what they do, as opposed to YouTubers who bash them. Get these products to people who think highly of them. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to say it so enthusiastically, but yes, I agree. And you know what? If there's one thing I'm proud of about myself, but it's also sometimes to my detriment, realistically speaking, is I'm not shameless enough. I just had a chat with a friend about this morning, but I like to believe I'm a very principled person. I do my best to stay principled. I do my best to also just be upfront or transparent or candid. The thought of like lying about my opinions for money or whatever is it's something I don't think I'll ever be comfortable with, nor do I think I'll ever do. Don't hold me to that, because if they give me $1 million to lie and say I love this thing and I hate it, okay, listen. But like generally speaking, I do think I've been enthusiastic about Nikon for years, especially ever since I moved to Dubai and I was shooting with Nikon. I've always been a huge fan. I'm a sucker for loyalty, okay, and also I'm a sucker for underdogs. So, because I think anyone who's on social media, you'll see, not so much these days, but for the longest time, people love to shit on Nikon in like, they call them like, the reference is like it's shooting with a potato. I don't know where that came from, but there's a few figures who are Sony or Canon shooters who love to lean on that comparison. And if anything, it makes me more of a diehard Nikon fan anytime I see that. But yeah, I'm not saying it's a perfect camera system or anything, but I've always stuck my guns out to say like I'm excited, and I keep shooting with Nikon. And especially since they've been focusing on mirrorless, I've loved all the directions they've gone with it so far. And so I agree with you that they should ideally know who I am to the point where they say this guy needs to have access. I'm not complaining, by the way. Obviously, they reached out to me about the Nikon ZR, and I'm so thrilled. I shoot with the ZR now, and I was able to make my first short film thanks to that. So I hope that they liked it enough that they'll continue working with me. Fingers crossed. But there's a lot of politics involved. I'm a lowly figure compared to all the others that are out there as creators. So out of focus is I'm mostly a street photographer, and I'm going more towards sorry, I'm trying to double check a few things. Okay. You're a street photographer, you're going more towards that, but honestly, I take pictures of whatever. I don't have a specific thing I'm more focused on. I thought about getting a zoom because I have a severe anxiety, and I still have trouble of just lifting my camera. Oh, I see what you're saying. Like, yeah, I get what you're saying. Lifting my camera in public. So you think that if you get a zoom and you snipe people, you don't have to think about them seeing me on in real life. You know what? That's a good point, and it takes a lot of shamelessness for doing that as well. This is why when I first started out, and Whirlwind in the chat says hi over on the Twitch side. Thank you very much for saying hi. Thanks for stopping through over on Twitch. I'm streaming on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick, so wherever you're watching me, I appreciate it. So Wills for Reels, I like that name, says, hello, I'm new to your vids. Do you have any experience with the 404.5? I'm looking at that for outdoor sports for my kids. Yo, what a question. Will, if you're still here, because I'm slow with reading chat sometimes, I do have some experience, and I can also show you some of the captures from the 404.5. So if you stick around for a second, I'll try to find it so I can show you. Markman says, me too, I'm a sucker for loyalty. Yeah, it's easy to say that though, so I always feel weird even saying it out loud, because it's one of those like, well, you can say it, but you might as well show it through your actions. Steve Thompson, thank you very much for the sub over on YouTube. I appreciate all of you guys. Well, I appreciate the influx of people watching over on YouTube. I don't know how you guys stumbled upon my stream. Maybe the YouTube algorithm is doing its thing for a change. Thank you, YouTube gods. But thank you if you're watching me, whether it's from one of my existing videos or if you're new to the channel. I do mostly travel, wildlife photography, and in the past couple years, I've been shifting over towards videography. So hopefully you'll find some entertainment from watching my footage or photos as I edit them across my travels. And more specifically, I've been gone for the past 2 months to travel through mostly Africa. I was staying in Munich as a headquarters because I'm from Dubai and I need to get out of Dubai for the past 2 months. and then traveling through Uganda and Tanzania specifically. So thank you guys, wherever you guys are come from. Out of Focus says YouTube recommended. Wills for Real says it's either that or the 70 to 200. Okay, sorry, one thing at a time. Out of Focus, to your original or your earlier question, I understand where you're coming from, and that's where the 70 to 200 was perfect for my travels. I started off doing travel photography, you know, like as a genre or category. I guess I just did everything, but my focus and my passion was mostly traveling first. And then I was just open to shoot whatever I see. Candid shots of people, animal, like street cats and street dogs, or whatever I saw when I'm traveling around, nature, landscapes, all of it. I loved it all. And the 7200 quickly became my favorite lens for anything. I would always travel with two lenses, 24 to 70, 70 to 200, 2.8. That's all I needed. So I think that would get over your anxiety that you mentioned about like feeling like people are going to judge you or get offended if you point your camera at them. By the way, worst thing that happens is they tell you not to take their photo, and you're like, oh, sorry, and you move on, right? So it's not actually that bad. Like the worst case scenario is not like ever going to be something where they like, it depends what you're shooting, I guess, but you know, it happens where they say, oh, don't take no pictures or whatever, and you're like, oh, sorry, and then you just delete it. Okay, Wills for Reals. Let me go find you some of these captures that I have. And it's from, and you can find this on my YouTube channel, which obviously I would heavily appreciate if you check out all my videos. But to respond more specifically, I did a trip recently with the Nikon ZR, and on that trip, I was fortunate enough to shoot with a number of different lenses, including the 400 4.5 lens that you're asking about. And I did actually end up really enjoying the quality of the footage from that. I have to admit, Wills for Reals, I don't have experience for photography with the 400 4.5. So what I'm gonna share is mostly just on the video side. But I actually ended up really liking it to the point where I almost started questioning like, wait, why am I traveling with this incredibly expensive and incredibly heavy 400 2.8 if the 4.5 could actually serve my needs significantly? So hold on. Let me pause the music.
When a chimp approaches you, stay humble.
Okay, so I guess to respond to Wills for Reals question, this is on my YouTube channel. It's called Island of Second Chances. It's my very first attempt at making a short film. I hope you like it. I think it's about 5 minutes long. And this was all shot with Nikon ZR, a prototype version that Nikon provided to me prior to the announcement and the launch of their camera. So I was very grateful for the opportunity. So I pitched a film project where I went to an island in Uganda, where it's a chimpanzee island, basically. It's a sanctuary for I think about 55 rescued chimps. And it's a completely isolated island. 90-something% of it is cordoned off for the chimps to do what they want. And so I basically interviewed the director of this island, and I tried to put a little bit of a story together. Everything was shot with the ZR. And it was also the first time shooting with like what is called I guess like a cinematic camera, right? So we got a lot to learn about it. So let me just play a bit of it and I'll show you. This was shot with a 35mm f1.2 lens. That also quickly became one of my favorite lenses. And it's now, I do own a 35 1.2, and it's currently being used as a cat camera lens. So this one is with the 35, just as a FYI. And then this one is shot with the 50 1.2, and I have it cropped in so it's punched in a little bit closer to Nala. Okay, anyways, who asked? So this was shot with that 35 1.2. Let's just play it for a bit. Oh, my nose is running.
When a chimp approaches you, stay humble, stay calm. You are the guest. Step back without leaving. Presence is not pressure. Here, when a chimp approaches you, it means the island kept its promise. If we cannot share this shoreline, how will we share the planet? To live together, we listen first, then we leave room.
Okay.
On this island, we practice balance. So
By the way, that opening shot is one of the ones I'm most proud of, because it wasn't easy to shoot. It was all impromptu, right? But basically, I was walking backwards as the chimp mother was strolling through the forest, and I was doing my best to walk as fast as possible to match her pace without tripping over tree roots or branches and not falling on my ass. And so, yeah, it was really tough to shoot, but the camera did its job. It stayed fairly stable enough that I could show it on screen. And the 35 lens became, from that one for sure, I was like, I need to use 35 more often. This one, Wills for reals, this was shot with the 400 4.5, and the next few were all shot with the 400 4.5.
the world can keep its footing.
And what I loved is that the 400 4.5 is so much lighter than my existing 400 2.8.
Here.
This was the 400 4.5, 400, 400. I think all of that, even this.
My name is Dr. Joshua Rukundo. I am a wildlife veterinarian.
And then that was with 50 lens, I believe. This was with an 85 1.2.
Our vision is to secure chimpanzees in their natural habitats
I think this was also 85 1.2.
and provide optimum captive care for those that cannot.
85
provide
1.2, just close up.
We currently have.
Okay, the next string of footage was also with the 400 4.5. I think all of them.
55 chimpanzees.
Yeah, all of these I think were 400 4.5s.
Number Island is 100 acres.
And again, I apologize because this is all obviously video that I've color graded. But in my opinion, yeah, so from the video side, the quality was excellent. And I think video is a bit more forgiving than photos when it comes to how, pixel perfect or clean you want your frames to be. So as for video work, I feel like the 400 4.5 could in many ways negate the need for my 400 2.8, especially because it's lighter, so it's easier to handhold and you have stable shots. Usually, yeah, and like having a 2.8 doesn't really matter as much depending on the lighting and whatever I'm shooting. Yeah, so I think for video, it's a big difference. For photo, the 2.8 400, you just can't match the quality. But I guess let me just read what you were saying as well.
Cordoned off to give them their own space.
So all of this was 400
That space
4.5.
from the beginning was forested, but of course the forest has grown richer. Typically, the chimps spend the entire day in the forest.
And these were the 35. Okay, let me just catch up on the chat though. Will's, okay, so it's between that or the 70 to 200, you said. Well, I guess it depends. You said it's for outdoor sports for your kids. In which case, you know what? I think the 70 to 200 might be a safer bet for you. One reason I say that, and I'll show another quick video that I made. There was a one time I was shooting some Ugandan locals, like a bunch of youth, when they were, what were they doing? They were playing football on top of, like, they call it the top of the world. Hold on, give me a second. Let me find this real quick. And I'll show you an example where I was shooting with the 70 to 200. One second. Let me find this. Give me a second. It's in one of my videos. My gorilla video. Where is it? This one. Okay, nice. Found it. All right. Let me. Oh, sorry, wrong. Okay. So Will's, sorry, just to get to your question again. This is from one of my videos on YouTube. It's from my first like travel vlog series. This is when I went gorilla trekking a number of years back at this point, or a couple years back. Oh, here it is. Okay. So just for your reference, or in case it helps you, show the other side of things, what it's like to shoot with the 70 to 200 for like
I
sporting
want to leave
events,
you with
right?
one of the most memorable experiences.
Oh God. Oh man, the
In some
quality.
ways,
You can hear. I feel like, you know what? This is nice. Memory lane. I feel like I can hear a noticeable improvement in my microphone quality now compared to these videos. I think at the time I was using a Beacon mic, USB mic for this.
it's rivaling our gorilla encounter.
It sounds more
being on
scratchy, I
top of the
think. Or
world. As the name suggests, we drove to one of the highest peaks in Bwindi, where the 360-degree panoramic views, the rising fog, and the illusion of being on a floating island in the sky felt like something out of a Miyazaki film.
it's a bit
But what
cringe
truly
hearing
made
my
this experience
voice.
special was watching the local youth play football above.
Okay, so long way to get to the point. So Wills for Reals, this was with the 70 to 200. And one thing that was really good about the 70 to 200 is much easier to track a lot of this action stuff, right? So if you're doing sports photography or sports videography stuff, having that the ability to zoom out when necessary is pretty key. Although if you want the best shots, usually I think people are using like a 400 lens.
The clouds.
But I'll
There
show
was
you at least
something
here.
super mesmerizing about this moment, feeling almost stun-locked at the otherworldly views, yet seeing the casual way the kids carried on with their game without a moment's glance at the views because they're so used to it as it's part of their world and not mine. It's a surreal moment that will stay in my memories forever. So I did what I do in these moments. I took out the best camera.
So you can
lenses
see
for the
where I was
occasion
positioned in
and
a second,
started
I think.
capturing what I witnessed.
Okay, so I kind of stayed here. I did shoot a little bit with the 400, but everything you see was actually with the 70 to 200. But I stayed roughly around this edge, like behind this little makeshift goalpost.
Let me now share those moments as a finale to this episode. So please enjoy.
Yeah, so I switched over to the 7200. So you can kind of get a sense of how close or far away I was from the action. And this allowed me to keep zooming out, zooming in when like in the moment, in the heat of the moment. And if you're shooting with the 400, it would have just been so much harder to like track the action. And at some point, once it gets too close, you have no choice, right? You can't get the shot. And it's harder to, the autofocus will be tougher. And then one of my favorite captures is coming up. And I think I was shooting at 120 frames per second. So I was able to get some pretty sweet slow motion moments, including this, but yeah. This one right here was one of my favorite. So again, you can actually see visibly, I'm like zooming out as the action's getting closer to me. It's so funny rewatching this, how dramatic I was making the moment. In my mind, I was making it super dramatic with the soundtrack choice and the slow motion. I was very proud of I was proud of it. But it's hilarious because like, does this moment really deserve such a dramatic soundtrack? I don't know. And depending on what camera you're shooting with, obviously you can crop in quite a bit. Oh, I have some photos I can also share from this as well. So you would think with the soundtrack choice that, because the way I synced it up and everything, you would think that he was about to score the goal here. But he did not. He missed. But it would have been cool. Okay, so those were... Oh, you know what? Actually, I do have it at the end of this montage, don't I?
So with that, as before, let me share some of my favorite photos which you can download for free. If you've enjoyed this journey, please show your support by liking, subscribing, and turning on the
Yes, make sure to
notifications
like,
so you won't miss the next
subscribe,
episode.
leave
Don't forget to check the video
comments.
description for more ways to support my channel. Thank you for watching, and I can't wait to share our next chapter. Until then, take care.
Okay, this was with the 400. This is with the 400 as well. So obviously the beauty of the shooting with the 400, you get this nice compression. The background looks nice and like, you know, bokeh-esque. Thank you very much, Out of Focus. And Himanshu, hello, bro. Wait, is this my Himanshu? No, I think it's a different one. I'm probably misspelling it. Abhimanyu Sharma. Thank you very much saying hello, bro. Thank you. I think I mixed you with my editor. Do you think the 55 to 250 is a good option? Because, by the way, I have a Canon 700D. It's an older camera, but for me, it gets the job done. I think 55 to 250 is a good range for, it's like a good versatile range for most things you would need to shoot, I guess. Yeah, because like I said, 70 to 200 was for the longest time my favorite lens for my travel needs, which is like very versatile. You're trying to shoot nature, people, landscape, whatever. And only when I started getting to wildlife did it change, where having like a 400 was definitely more ideal. But yeah, this is I think 7200. This is 7200. So again, the beauty of shooting with the 7200, everything depends on the distance, obviously, but you have a lot of versatility where if you want something that's a bit more landscape-esque or like a bit more environmental, you can zoom back enough to get a nice, like a nice landscape type of a shot. Or if you need a portrait at 200 millimeters, you definitely get a decent tele lens range to get the separation of the subjects from the background. So it works for both. And again, depending, I'm not so familiar with Canon cameras, but I'm assuming with the 700D, it's still good enough megapixels that you could crop in significantly. This is 7200, I'm pretty positive. Same here. I think these were all 70 to 200. Yeah, 7200 for I think all of these guys. An incredible surreal experience. I love bringing people to Uganda. It's one of the most beautiful, it's the most beautiful country I've been to, like all around my favorite country, with like in terms of all that it has to offer from like a nature, people, landscape, everything. Will says that was helpful. Thank you for that. The answer is probably you need both. Yes, yeah, it would be good to have both. But what I would say is buy one, and the money you would have spent to get the other, you should donate to me in the form of subscriptions and tips as a thank you for such an excellent answer. But yeah, I think you can't go wrong with either, but the 70 to 200, you'll just be able to use it for more occasions. With that said, there will be a noticeable improvement in your captures. Let's say if it's for your kid's soccer game, I'm just making it up, but if you're capturing your kid's sporting event, when you have that 400, 4.5 is more than fine, right? That's fair for what you're shooting. I'm sure there's going to be enough sunlight or lighting that you don't need a 2.8. And if anything, shooting a 2.8 could be a little bit detrimental. You might need a bit more focus distance, or like you need a bit more in focus, right? So to have a 4.5, knowing that for the most part, every time you shoot at 4.5, the subject, the eyes, both of the eyes are sharp, or maybe a bit more. And you have a 400 distance, so you'll get these clean portrait shots. I think those will definitely stand out. Those will be like the things you capture from a 400 focal length at a 4.5 or whatever aperture. Those are the ones that are more likely to make it onto your nightstand or on like a portrait, like something that you'll end up framing, just because of that nice separation. If you do with the 7200, it's mainly just going to be like because of these landscape moments, or at the 200, you know. Out of Focus says the scenery is beautiful. It's like above the clouds. Exactly. That's why I made a point to call that out in my voiceover. This place is called Top of the World, or that's what they coined it, or at least my lodge that I work with. And depending on the weather, and I always go in the rainy season, but when you go there, you could be completely in 360-degree direction, be above like all this fog and rolling clouds beneath you. So you'll have clouds above you, beneath you, in every direction. You'll see all these mountain ranges and volcanoes. So it's just a crazy experience. And especially the point I was making is the locals, they don't even spend a moment's glance at the landscape because they live here, right? They're so used to it that to them it's no different from any other day. They're obviously focused on the football match, whereas as a tourist, for me, I'm like stun locked by what I'm seeing because it feels very surreal. It feels otherworldly. So it is kind of crazy. I love traveling for these moments of discovery. I love just having these memories, but it was definitely a jarring experience to see. I have a very privileged life in many ways. I mean, I've earned a lot of the things that have worked, that are good in my life, I will say. I'm proud of it. But it is also kind of crazy to think that, especially I'm from the Western world where it's a lot of like people sacrifice their entire lives to this kind of concept of a 9 to 5 job, which ends up not being 9 to 5. It's more like 9 to 9. And even then it's even more. You basically give up your life for a corporate job and you climb up the ladder and you have stability in your life, you make income and you have rigidity and routine. And we think that's like what everyone strives to have in their own lives. And we think of like in the US of the American dream. But on the flip side of things, it's always nice to have these refreshing reminders that there is such thing as a quote unquote simpler life that is simpler in certain respects to how we think of how complicated our Western lives are, but it's simpler in the best way possible too. It's like simpler in the sense that like there's more beauty that you get to absorb on a day-to-day basis. There's a lot more fulfillment you can achieve much more quickly, and just a lot more mesmerizing things that you can be surrounded by, in addition to everything else that we love about modern technology and modern living. So anyways, I don't know where I'm going with that, but it is a very cool experience. And I do my best to try to capture it with my photos and videos. And then, as I say in my YouTube videos, and like my motto is to share the best of the world with the rest of the world through my lens. Anyways, so that's that. There's also a place in Serbia where you are above the clouds exactly like this. It's a very nice place for tourists to visit. If you ever happen to come here, I hope you will enjoy our nature and scenery. I do hope I'll go there. I don't know when, but it'd be nice. I'm very bad with geography. Is Serbia anywhere close to Croatia, or am I just making up random stuff? Anyways, I remember going to Croatia, and Croatia was the first time. I don't know if any other country has replicated this feeling that I got when I was there. I did like this whole road trip there years back before I was still learning more with photography. And I remember the entire road trip I did across the coastline to get to Dubrovnik, which is where they filmed some of Game of Thrones, I think, and Plitvice National Park. Okay, now my memory's shit, but like I'm remembering some names now. I'm usually bad with that. There's a place called Split. I think the city or town of Split. And then from there, I went to Plitvice National Park, and then I went to Dubrovnik. And the entire road trip drive, I was also just incredibly stunned by the clouds. It sounds weird to say, but I remember looking up throughout the whole drive, and the clouds just felt more cloudy. It just felt more substantive. Like it felt like thick cotton candy style. Like not some wispy, pathetic clouds. We're talking like it felt thick, and it felt like it actually was. I don't know how better to describe it, but it just felt more like, oh, this is what. It's like if you look at a starving horse, right, and you compare it to a horse that is fully, it's like glowing, almost the hair is like lush because it's treated and brushed and everything is about it. So it was like the lust, what's the word? Vibrancy, I guess, was so different. It was like night and day. So I remember just being amazed by just the clouds in every direction in Croatia. Anyways, so maybe Serbia's like that. So out of focus as we're in the middle of Balkans. Wills says, I'm leaning. Okay, let me exit this first. We're done watching that. Check out my YouTube videos, guys. Hopefully that was a nice promotion of what content I've been creating on YouTube. So I do appreciate all of your support wherever you're watching me. If you're on YouTube, definitely feel free to follow me on Twitch or Kick. I'm definitely expanding across all of these platforms, or check me out on Instagram. But my focus these days are mainly on YouTube and trying to push out content there. Okay, anyways, let me just bring this back up. We'll put this back on. Will says, I'm leaning the 400 4.5, the reach to isolate players what I'm looking to do. Exactly. I think, like I said, you'll end up with more standout shots with the 400 4.5, just because most people, I think it's a bit daunting to shoot with the 400. You have to be a little bit more in the know with photography to have a prime lens 400 millimeter, right? Some people, maybe they're rocking like a 180 to 600 or something like that, but usually those are not going to be as good quality. So if you're shooting with a prime lens at 400 focal length, you're almost guaranteed whatever you end up capturing at that distance, you're going to have a really clean shot that you might not even have to do any editing on it. It'll just look out of the box like a shot that you can share with whomever, right? And print it out and all that. So yeah, I think, yeah, isolating players would be, 400 for sure. You would rather buy the bigger purchase first. It's for soccer. Thank you again for the input. Oh, well, there you go. So hopefully seeing these soccer shots that I just shared added some kind of value. Although for those ones, like I said, I was shooting with the 70 to 200. So not to confuse you more. Out of Focus says, thank you so much for having a convo and answering my question. I sure will be staying here. Hope to see you again in some other lives. Yeah, well, thank you very much. Thanks for hopping in. Thank you for the questions. And I do hope to see you again in whenever streams. I'll be streaming tomorrow and the day after. And yeah, we're aiming for like 5 days a week. Yeah, and we'll just take it in strides. You know, sometimes I'm not as productive. I don't get as much work done. But as long as we're chatting and having a good time, I'm totally happy with that. Okay, so I was previously watching YouTube videos and editing, and I guess I can still do that because I'm not going to be, I don't need the audio on the video edits because I'll be mostly just focusing on color grading. But the one thing I do want to make sure is I have a bunch of timelines until someone explains to me if there's a better solution or a better workflow when it comes to video editing. I'm all ears, by the way. But the problem I usually run into with my video travel edits is I'm shooting in so many different frame rates. So for this Uganda trip, I actually shot mostly in 25 frames per second. And that was because of the trip prior to this, where I was doing that film project with CNN Create. And someone explained in the chat that it's like a UK standard. But I guess in the UK, they shoot usually 25 frames per second, whereas in the US it's like 24 frames per second. So I ended up just shooting in 25 on all my cameras as the baseline for this second trip to Uganda over the past 2 months. But then obviously, depending on wildlife situations, I will want to increase the frame rate. So I also shot in 50 frames per second. Sometimes I would shoot in 60 frames. I have 100 frames per second. I have 120 frames per second. Those are generally what I played with on this trip. So the only way I could think about cleanly going through all of my footage was to create an individual project timeline for each of the frame rates, because you can't necessarily mix all the frame rates and maintain the original frame rate. So yeah, so now I have to go through all of these individual timelines based on the frame rate. So hopefully that made sense. And I'm getting annoyed saying frame rate over and over again. So right now I have all of these project timelines lined up. I'm just going to have them all start from day one. I color coded it so that it kind of follows each day. So I think all of these like orangey, I think it's the apricot color, is all from the same day across these project timelines. So, all right, as I go through this, let me also line up some videos then. So, and like I said, from the video editing side of things, I'm just going to be going through these and doing some boring color grading because I need to start exporting a bunch of these footage so I can start using it for upcoming videos. So while I do that, what videos do we have open here? All right, this one is from our boy Peter McKinnon. He's been pumping out content regularly, which is, I mean, I'm happy for that. Holy crap, this is 1 hour long though. Okay, why not? Because we can critique a bit more. I feel bad because I've been critiquing his podcast setup, but as if he's ever gonna watch this. So let's keep watching.
Cop out. Boredom is just kryptonite to us. You got this far.
Okay.
I didn't really like take it seriously. I always kind of thought ADHD was a bit of like, you don't even like a cop out.
Boredom is just kryptonite to us.
You got this far without drugs.
Is this going to like silence the creativity or the magic? No, it did the opposite for me.
Why would you take away the magic, what
Yeah.
makes you special and what makes you unique?
It actually allowed me.
Interesting topic, because we've talked about this on my stream in the past. I'm assuming this is the direction he's going with ADHD. Yeah, and it's you know what? This is a question I've tried to figure out as well, because I've had this conversation with some of my friends about this, like debating if I have ADHD. Let's assume I have it. If I take drugs to counteract the ADHD, would that in some ways inhibit or kind of reduce the level of creativity that I can showcase in my work, in my body of work? Or, I guess that's what this guy's saying, it could do the opposite, where it might actually increase your ability to be creative. I think in my personal circumstances, you know what? Actually, I don't know. I would like to believe if I do have ADHD, I think I've found a solution for myself. Like my remedy throughout my entire life has been the way that I counteract this concept of ADHD is I have to multitask. So almost always, I can never just work on a single task with no other distractions. I'm constantly inundated by chaos. So, you know, I have like maybe 5 monitors open in every direction. As I'm editing photos, I'm listening to music, or I'm watching a YouTube video on my phone, while I also have Netflix open on the side, and I've got like, you know, everything. I just got multiple screens and Chrome browser tabs open, and like I just always need a bunch going on. And I think my solution for quote unquote ADHD has been, hello everyone, hello, good evening, says Daytor. Guten Abend, Daytor. Good to see you on here. My solution has been to learn to multitask and get my brain to feeling like it's at 100% capacity in terms of usage, such that I'm never bored, because there's always something going on to stimulate me. So even if I'm doing a boring task like editing a photo or editing a video, where it's a bit more routine or mundane, or let's say realistically that might take up 10, I'm just making up numbers, maybe that's like a 15% of my brain capacity, cognitive thinking that needs to be required to do this task. So maybe if I had no distractions, no music, no audio cues, visual, whatever, just editing a photo, I might, if I had ADHD, the boredom would kick in at some point and I'd probably get too distracted or I'd walk away. But by having a YouTube video open or Netflix open, by having my cats nearby that I can just pet them occasionally, or I don't know, like any number of distractions, the distractions that other people avoid is actually what allows me to just do this task where I feel like my brain is now being stimulated up to like 70% or 80%. And then I can just do this for a long period of time. Anyways, Fedorevsky's in the chat says it would focus you more on one thing at a time is the theory of ADHD medication, kind of like how coffee works on people without ADHD. Yeah, so I guess you would be able to focus on singular tasks. And so then the question is, if I've found a solution for myself where I can do multiple tasks, maybe not perfectly effectively, but if my solution has been that I end up multitasking where I'm watching YouTube videos and other things while I do this stuff, is that a better, do I end up having more productive outputs than if I just did one task at a time? Who knows? Who knows? I don't have the answer. Fed says I don't have ADHD as far as I know, but I like listening to streams or podcasts when editing. Yeah, that's how I work as well. I think I'm tricking myself into, or convincing myself into thinking I have ADHD. Anyways, let's keep watching and I'll keep editing.
Need to finally harness my creativity and then have follow through for the first time.
I heard someone say once that they take the meds not even just for themselves, but for others.
You know, I was just pretending I was happy all the time, or trying to trick myself into I was happy all the time to be high outputting.
I always approached it like, well, I don't need it today, so I'm not going to do it.
And my internal world was just so like distraught and explosive.
You're finally here. You're not on an airplane or a boat or a bus on a back road or paragliding or I don't know. You're just never I feel like I haven't seen you in the flesh in so long. I only see your adventures on the internet, which is amazing.
Thank you.
But we got to start with the pocket dump, dude. I got to know what's in your pockets.
Okay.
I got to know what's with you.
Okay. Today I have my Olympus film camera because I have like 2 shots left on it. So we're going to definitely take a photo together. I have my Fujifilm GFX 100 RF medium format, my favorite camera for like photography ever. And then I got the iPhone, and then I got my wallet. I really like the shape of like the cut of this. So I feel like you'd really appreciate this.
You've tailored your pockets.
Yes.
There's less with you than years past.
I know. In the past, I used to carry.
Not to keep harping on this, but oh, okay. Wait, is this a new addition? I see some graffiti or see some painting on this black door. I feel like that wasn't always there. But I think this is good. Or maybe it was there and it was like much darker in the frame before. But okay. Either I missed it or they added this. And I think this is good. From like in my opinion, as a pleb, that you shouldn't listen to me on anything. But when I look at the podcast studio design and the shot framings, I always felt that the section for the guest was really lacking. It's sparse. Like behind guest over here, you've got the AC units, you got the remote controls, you got these random white panels, and you got the fire alarm, and you've got this door. I'm assuming it's like a fire escape or I don't know, whatever emergency door or whatever normal door. And it's so close to the guest, right? Like there's not enough spacing behind the guest. Whereas behind Peter McKinnon, it's like infinite space, right? There's a lot of depth. You can see there's a lot of room for whatever else is happening behind him. So it feels a bit more claustrophobic on the right side. And because of all this blackness, there's just like, you feel like you're hiding stuff and it's like all hidden away. Where, yeah, like you have nice warm lighting coming over on the left side and there was pitch black over on the right. I think this white painting at least adds a bit more, but it's not, yeah, I don't know. I wish they would do something to this side. Do something, you know? Fed says, what's the point of these music interludes? I have no idea. Because I feel like, well, because it's like a podcast episode, I guess it makes more sense where you need to do something that acts as a teaser for what people can expect to sit down and watch an hour-long video, right? I think that's like a common... I think that's like the typical default. There seems to be changes made to the color grade, but I don't know. That's just from memory from last time we watched one of these. Yeah.
Around Toss the Pigs, but
Where's no knife?
no.
See, still bothered by this, man. Bothered so much by this. Oh yeah, because the last video we were watching, he brought in, I think it was the actual designer, the interior designer who did the whole studio, which like hats off. I think it's impressive, but it's just this one angle for podcast environments that I think is really lacking. Because now we got the guest, barely any separation between the guest and the background here. It's like hard to see because it's such pitch black and overlapping with this like white painting, and you can't even see the proper painting or graffiti or whatever is going on here because obviously the guest is blocking it. So positioning wise, you're getting this very vertical, narrow white painting on the wall that's covered by the vertical, narrow structure of a person standing in the frame. Secondly, the person is positioned right in the center of the screen here, whereas Peter McKinnon is positioned properly where he's on the left third. Guest is in the center, so it feels a little bit more like he's speaking right to a wall here. And you got this, okay, number 3, you got this weird reflection off of whatever the heck is back here. So you get this weird light reflections here that feel like it doesn't serve a purpose besides just this randomness. And then of course the thing that does stand out in the background is the thing that why the heck would you draw attention to, which is this like AC panel, the remote control for the AC unit, probably some other fire escape things and whatever else. Like what the heck's going on? Why did you? It bothers me. Yeah. Okay. Maybe it's the McKinnon podcast music. Oh, okay. There's I see what you're saying. Okay. Anyways.
On me. I ran out the door very quickly this morning with a little less prep. I have a tattoo that's sitting right here.
That's fresh.
So that was the main focus, being like, I only decided last night what I wanted. And I was just like going back and forth on the text.
That sounds like ADHD.
Yeah, absolutely.
We should talk about that.
Yeah, I kept prolonging the decision on it, being like, okay, now we're going to make it.
Yeah.
What is it going to be? Oh, it's tomorrow, the permanent thing on your body.
And then
See, and then we were talking about how, in my opinion, I love this shot. I think this is like, damn, I need it. I'm taking notes for myself of like, what do I need to do if and when I have my own podcast studio, right? What do I need to take notes on? I think the way this framing is structured looks fantastic, right? I think the way that the bookshelf is angled adds a little bit more depth. All the books are adding interesting lines and diagonals and whatever else, but there's like an overarching big bookshelf line that's, you know, cutting diagonally. I think there's decent separation between Peter McKinnon and the background. Like you can get a little bit of that hair light there where you see it's, you know, clearly profound, or I don't know what the right word is, but it stands out against the backdrop. And then you got this interesting whatever chandelier lighting thing that's going on here, but it's a cool, I say cool, but it's like a warm lighting. I don't know. To me, I think this is like an interesting, it's an interesting composition. It definitely works really well, in my opinion. And so it just upsets me then when this quality did not extend to the guest side, where I think the guest side should have been prioritized. Like you should be prioritizing the guest to always look best, in my opinion. Because then, even selfishly, the guests are the ones who will promote your video to a broader audience, to maybe new viewers who haven't discovered your podcast before. And the guest will want to share it if they look amazing. The more amazing they look, visually, whatever, the more likely they're going to want to promote this organically, like just constantly being like, hey, check out Peter's, the thing I did with Peter recently, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, yeah, because I look good. I want to share this. So I feel like you should be prioritizing the guest. Like the guest should be sitting here, okay? What the heck is my thoughts. Anyways, I'm getting a little too hyped up about this. I think you should leave that to your co-host, Kimpop. He can lead the podcast. Yeah, here we go. I'll just put a mic here. It's just the ASMR podcast. But like I said, I'm saying all this as if I know what I'm talking about. I would like to think I have a good eye for things, generally speaking, but there's a lot of room for improvement for sure. But I think everything I've said, I would be curious to hear pushback if what I'm saying is incorrect, because I feel like my logic is decent, or I feel like everything I said is reasonable.
End up asking everyone else what they think about it, but you're the one getting tattooed. That's what I do. I'm like,
Yes.
do you like this? And they're like, dude, it's going on your arm. And I'm like, but I need to know.
Yeah, dude, I texted you being like, you want to do the placement? You're like, I got to get the video done.
Like I just said
I'm proud
no.
of you, by the way. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, because if I came next door while it would have been like 2
Game
hours.
over. Yeah.
That's why Chris was like, do you want to come? I know you're locked in trying to get your video done. Do you want to see where the placement is on my arm? And he just wrote no.
And I didn't take it personally,
I knew
even
you
though
wouldn't.
I can be a little sensitive to those things. I was like, right, no, he has to get something done.
That's an ADHD thing too, isn't it?
Yes.
Sensitivity. Everything. I feel like the whole world it's all ADHD.
Yeah.
I feel like my mind has been opened, but I did think it was fake. I didn't really like take it seriously. I always kind of thought ADHD was a bit of like you don't even like a cop out.
Fed says, I would like that shot to be flatter for a podcast, but the room probably would not allow for a much longer lens. What do you mean by flatter? I'm curious.
Like,
Yeah. Yeah,
It's probably not real.
It's
It's
not a
probably
real thing.
Or
It's
like
like
an
no.
excuse to like be bad at something, you know? I feel bad saying it, but that's like kind of just what I thought. Like ADHD is just like, all
Yeah,
right,
it
let's
becomes
go.
this crutch for like just not being able to follow through on things.
You didn't ask me what I have, but I'll tell you anyway. I recently went down to the iPhone Air.
Okay.
Have you felt how thin this phone
No,
is?
I
It's
haven't.
insane, dude. That's
This
with a
is
case
nice.
on it too. Beautiful. Lowest storage, worst camera, worst battery, deleted the cloud, deleted all my photos. I'm a free man. This is my wallet. Keep my field notes in it.
Yep.
And it has like there's a little magnet inside it that's like, look at this. If you get it close enough, it just holds it. Just holds it. So it's not just like flapped open. That would drive me. I hate that. And it's got rolled edges, dude. So that stitching problem, you got no edge to deter. That's just chef's kiss. Anyway, I've been trying to carry this with me
Yep.
without a bag. And I saw you come in today with that just raw dogged around your shoulder. Is that a thing?
Yeah. I mean,
Do you not put
dude,
that?
Dude, it's a thing. Look at the edging of this camera.
Don't think I didn't see it.
You're like, I
Obviously, why I'm-
spotted that
that's
as
why
you were
I'm-
walking in.
That's why I'm talking about this right
Yeah,
now.
yeah, yeah.
I've got some of it. Where is it? I swear there's some of it.
By the way, so as I'm editing this is just, so this was shot with the Osmo Nano. I've been really enjoying shooting with the Osmo Nano. So I'm trying to remember, I think I had my hat on. So I mean, there's only two options. Either I had the Osmo Nano connected to my hat, or I had it wearing it on my magnetic necklace to get these shots on the plane. I found a third solution technically using my sling bag, where I attach a shoulder strap to the sling bag and then it's pointing forward, so I can get some shots there as well. But in this case, I've been really enjoying filming all this behind the scenes moment whenever I think could be useful for, like, especially travel vlogs. I mean, that's the main kind of direction for this. So trying to get you guys in an immersive environment, seeing what my life looks like. And that camera has been fantastic for that. Fed says the room looks too deep because of the wide angle. It's distracting. In a TV studio, it would be more compressed. So the backroom shelf looks like it's closer to him. Peter's close up. Gotcha. The shot of the guest looks better, probably because the wall's so close. So maybe that's where we differ. Or maybe you're talking specifically about the wide angle lens or the wide angle shot. For me personally, I think I guess it depends. Yeah, it depends on the approach you want, the style. Like, are you going for more of a informal, intimate look versus something that feels more professional? I say professional, but like, you know, I don't know. To me, I think because of Peter McKinnon's personality, where it sounds like, I don't know if he's about to talk about if he has ADHD or not, but he's such a personality, right? And he's got a lot of hobbies and whatever he does. So that's where you can see in the wall all of this. His mind is on the wall, right? His passions are on the wall across the board. And so to me, I feel like having a big spacious room and making the shot look spacious could work. You can make it work either way, but I kind of don't mind a spacious look, because it feels like, especially if it's all cluttered and filled in, it's like, this is the mind, welcome to the mind of Peter McKinnon, and it's full, right? It's like, to me, I think that can convey a good message for him for his career, who he is. So in that case, I don't mind like a deeper shot or having that depth across the board. Because it is kind of like living in the chaos. But it's just when we get into those punched in shots, that's where I feel like the shot between the guest and Peter's shot looks too different. It doesn't feel like it's from the same moment.
Look on the advanced lever. See a little brass there?
A little bit.
Just a little
kiss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, but I imagine this one day, dude, just being like...
I don't mind the background. It's just the lens. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I don't know what lens would be. It'll be interesting to play with those things. The shot of the guest looks better. Oh yeah, this is pretty standard and small podcast setup, so I'm just not a fan of it. Gotcha.
Full brass telescope, like just incredible. But so you bring that everywhere you go.
I try to. For me, there just really is a difference in the aesthetic and the intentionality around using this camera for me. And I think I love the colors out of it, and I love that I go like, now I'm taking a photo. Because I think for my phone, I treat it more like I just want to have a memory, and I can like have that like pop in and like reflect back on the day. But then this kind of takes it to a level of like artistry and intentionality, and also 100 megapixels. Like I can do so much with this.
That is ridiculous.
Yeah.
This feels like a good memory, because this will probably actually even look more like the memory itself than the digital version of that.
Yes, and I have two processes for film. I either like go through an entire roll in like one little area, or I hold on to that roll for like months on end, and I just take one photo of every little experience, and then I like get it developed, and I was like, hey, that was a good year, or a good couple months.
You forget half the photos that you have on a roll.
Yeah.
I don't know what I have on this.
So I like the surprise of this.
Yeah.
And the aesthetic is also sick too.
Okay, so I'm gonna try and bring this now everywhere, like front seat. Even if I don't use it, I'm still trying to build the habit of like, you go for it's just on the table. You put your phone down. Yeah, this is just one of those things now.
At this point, you have to treat these things like tools and extensions of things in your life, because you bought them for a reason, to be used. And I think for me, I don't like.
It's similar to the super wide look of that Forrest Gallant podcast studio we talked about before. Small rooms dictate wide lenses. Yeah, I see what you're saying. You know what? Yeah, we should do a whole. I would love to just research podcast stuff. Like I said, that is a goal of mine. But actually, more than that, the goal is. We've talked about this, Fed, but for me, if I can do a podcast studio inside of a Jeep, that is the holy grail, right? So as I'm starting to do that research, as we continue to figure out how to build out this live stream rig, as part of the live stream rig, it obviously means we're going to set up multiple camera angles. So if there is a way over time to then improve that rigging such that we have like clean, medium shots or whatever shots necessary, wide angle, mediums, or whatever, on a moving vehicle. Now we're entering uncharted territory, and I think it could be really interesting if we do it correctly. But that is my current ambition. Instead of, I would love to have a home studio, obviously, where it's like everything's set, there's no changes. But if I can somehow figure out how to make a podcast on the go, or like on, yeah, if I can figure that part out, we're talking more interesting, more challenging. But yeah, for sure. I'm being nitpicky too. If I enjoy what they're talking about, I forget about it. Yeah, at the end of the day, the audio is what matters most, and like the personality, in my opinion. But yeah,
I'm happier if my car gets a scratch on it, even if it's new, because then I can breathe now. Because I can just drive around in it. If it gets another scratch, whatever. But the first scratch is always the worst.
Always the worst.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm dealing with so much this year that maybe I've just ignored.
But at least there's systems out there that can to make your life and your quality of life better.
And it's been great actually dealing with stuff, be it that it's mental or just physical health stuff or professional things and relationships. Like there's so many things that I think humans put to the side.
Yep.
And eventually it grows and it grows and it grows. And then it becomes an actual issue that is impacting many different areas of your life. And I think ADHD was one of those. And I know that you have been an advocate for this and dealing with this for a long time. So I wanted to bring you on today to discuss ADHD at length, how it affects you, what you've learned about it, how it affects your job, how maybe YouTube and photography is the best job for us based on the way that we are and how our brains are wired. But before we get started, because ADHD, I forgot to show you, this is my knife.
Yeah, you're closing a loop though, which is good.
I'm landing planes.
Yeah.
This isn't even out yet, but this is a collaboration that Pete's Pirate Life did with Civivi.
Ooh.
And the whole goal with this knife, it's a button lock flipper, but the whole goal with this, dude, is what makes it so cool. Less than $100.
Dude, this is so
bro,
nice.
I feel like I'm gonna self-diagnose myself. I definitely have ADHD. If this is the way, if they're saying that is ADHD, then it's like, okay, I think I have it. I don't know what to make of it, but for now I've decided, regardless of whatever it is that I have, I enjoy not taking drugs for it. But I'm curious. Maybe I should at least experiment with it and try taking the medication for someone with ADHD and see. Because like, who's saying it's not going to permanently change me, right? It'll be like, oh, you can just try this for a month or two, see if you become more creative or productive or whatever, and how it improves your life versus the way I do it now. There is sense to breaking routine, to you got to shake things up a bit sometimes, you know? Also, I tend to just listen. I have the video running, but I'm using the screen to edit. Yeah, it's the same thing. I'm assuming even for people, if you are someone watching my live stream, I'm assuming a lot of times you might just put it in, and run your own tasks and you're just listening. Fed says I might be wrong, but I don't think these two are experts in ADHD. That is also fair. Yeah, maybe we should.
Less than $100. How
calm
sick
with the
is that?
assumptions.
Is it coming pre-patinaed like
yes,
this?
that's like our battle wash version.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Consider it in the mail, bud.
Dude, need.
Yeah.
I have one more space. I just got the little storage display for all the knives. There we go.
Yeah.
I need one more. There
Empty
it is.
slot. That'll close that loop.
Yeah.
Okay, speaking of loops, speaking of ADHD, I think we should just dive in. Man, unreal realization when you first experience what it's like to be medicated and what a difference it makes.
Yeah. Describe your first day for me.
Quick pause again. I kind of like whatever I'm doing here with the color grading. I kind of like this. So these are shots with the Osmo Nano. So it's like that D-Log M 10-bit shots. But whatever I did kind of accidentally, I think I like the colors here. And so I'm wondering, maybe I just need to save this as a LUT or a power grade. So I might do that. Okay, anyways.
Oh, like it was wild. It was very like prolific. Like you're driving down an old road, super foggy, one lane. You can see the brake lights ahead of you, so like it's safe. But then you take this and the fog lifts and you realize you're on a highway with 20 lanes and you can take any direction. And I think my first thought was, dude, I've been playing this whole thing on hard mode when I don't have to. Like I got this far with a hand behind my back. How much further could I get now? Which was also paired with like, well, how much easier would this all have been had I just done this earlier?
Yep.
And then there was like immense reflection. just, oh, that explains this. That explains this. Oh, that's why this way. That's why this way. And then that ends up turning into the, you know, I'm not broken.
Yeah.
I'm not doing these things for a certain reason. It's just my brain was made differently. And I think that was very powerful for me to understand that it is just a different program, not a reprogram. This is just wired differently than most people. And in some cases that is to my detriment, but in most cases it's in a brilliant way. And then learning how to harness it now has been the journey up into today.
Yeah, and I'll add an asterisk to your analogy too. I think you realize that there's anywhere that you can go, and then you just found the brake pedal too if you need it.
Yeah.
Because before you were just like barreling down in the fog, and now you're like, wait a second.
Bobsled.
Yeah, now I can slow down too. And I think that's another part of the realization of like taking control of your life, is that you have the opportunity to like finally put things on pause and pay attention to the things that you should be paying attention to.
It improves so much. You know, like we were joking about, like, when you have an appointment at 11, day's shot.
Yeah.
There's no point even trying to.
Don't book a meeting with somebody with ADHD. You need to make it all one day, which is the thing that I did. I was like, the meetings day is just on Friday.
Festus, people say all sorts of stuff about ADHD. It's all the rage to talk about and self-diagnose. Yeah, exactly. I'm being a little bit joking when I say it, because like, it's the same way anytime I call myself autistic, or if I hear other people say it too, it's just one of those like, man, you take away from the word when everything is the word. So then if someone who actually has autism, like it does feel almost like you're, I don't know what the right word would be, but it is kind of like you're stripping away a real identity and with real ramifications from real people that have that, and you're trivializing it yourself, or you end up diluting what should be treated seriously. So, you know, in some ways I do need to be mindful about like saying these things, unless I actually get diagnosed, right? Which I haven't. Warwin, thank you very much for the sub over on the Twitch side. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yes, we're going to grow that Twitch, okay? We're going to get that Twitch channel bumping. It'll take some time. I gotta, you know, recommit to being streaming every day and all that fun stuff. And once I start doing these IRL streams, I hope that'll be exciting for people and new people to watch and all that fun stuff. Anyways. Yeah. The newest trend I've been seeing here in Norway is people now trying to get help after being wrongly diagnosed with ADHD and being on medicine they should not have been in their teen years. Yeah. I think there's it's like a pendulum always, right? So trying to figure out what is the right balance for things is key. And I think refusing to take any drugs has its own issues. I feel like a lot of people in the older generations, my parents' generations for sure, I think they could have benefited with actual proper medication and diagnoses. Whereas, I think the newer generation has definitely over-indexed on like being on having as many diagnoses as possible. Unfortunately, I think we work in extremes in life. And this is where, you know what, shout out to millennials, which I am a part of. I think millennials, you know what, I'm a bit biased, but I think we are the best generation where we got to have the best of everything. We got to live in a world that was still very analog and physical. So growing up, you know, childhood-wise, you're still doing all the going on a bicycle to meet your friend and, you know, not having Google Maps or anything. You just have to know how to navigate to get to your friend's street that's like 30 minutes bike ride away or something like that. We still had to do all kinds of physical things, but we also did have a Playboy, all right? Game Boy, Playboy, not Playboy. Excuse me, slip of the tongue. We still had Game Boy Advance where we can play with that. With like, for me, it was like Pokemon was the big one. But we also had to deal with like those Nokia phones where you're playing Snake and that kind of game, right? So I don't know. We had a nice mixture of analog plus the evolution into digital without getting so wrapped up in either of them where it's like bad for the brain. Warwin's asking, is this DaVinci Resolve? Yes, it is. I'm currently working through start to finish. Right now I'm just color grading some of the Osmo Nano footage. So basically you're getting a sneak peek into what my trip looked like. From the moment I was at the airport and the moment I land. This was where? This must have been in Munich. I think this must have been. Oh no, this was Turkey. Oh, guys, in case you're interested, you guys get a sneak peek in one of the best benefits that I have as part of my credit card, like, you know, my US credit card, is getting lounge access to every freaking airport in the world. I think this is the best benefit of my entire life I've ever been a part of. I feel so soft whenever I think about this, but I'm so happy that I have this benefit. And it's the fact that I can access different lounges across every airport, basically. And sometimes, depending on the situation, I can also, it comes with free shower facilities, right? I'm not a drinker, so like, but technically all of them usually have like unlimited alcohol, food buffets and stuff like that. But anyways, let's watch some of this. Whirlwind's asking, do I need a new license for DaVinci version 21 when it comes out, or do I keep mine because with the beta I can't use all effects somehow? I think maybe Fed actually has a good answer for this, but I think, sorry, I don't know. I have the paid studio version, so all I know is that obviously with every upgrade or update, I do have access to it. If you have the free version of DaVinci and then you're testing the beta, when it goes from beta into production, I'm assuming you will have access to that version 21. I'm assuming it's always like there's a certain features that are always inaccessible in the free version, but you'll still have version 21 free version versus like version 21 studio version. But I could just be, listen, I don't know. Whirlwind says my license is 3 to 4 years old. I think I bought it with DaVinci 17. Well, if it helps or not, I have the paid studio version, but I paid for it, I think about the same as you. I think I paid for it 2 to 3 years back, something like that. And I haven't had to make another payment for any DaVinci anything since. It was just like a one-time payment, and it's given me access to every new version of DaVinci. So I think. Fed says, I'm Gen Xer, but close to millennials to a late Gen X, so internet entered wide usage when I was really a young adult. Yeah, I think there's a lot of benefit to not having had such access to the internet when you're in your growing, in your childhood, where I think when you're inundated with too much information, digitally speaking, the internet and all of that, I do feel like it's like all of a sudden you can't even focus your brain on key development because you have too much stimulants. And I do think that's probably detrimental in like the childhood development. Whirlwind says, I have paid, but somehow in beta I can't use all the effects. Then maybe it's just, Whirlwind. Because we went through this on Thursday last week. Because there was 2 versions that you could download of the beta version. There was like the normal version and there's a studio version. There, perchance, maybe you downloaded the first version and not the studio one. Maybe. We did see that on their website. There was like there's a bunch of different downloadable zip files, and one was a studio version, one was a normal. So you might have possibly hit that one. So this was in. I wanted to film just the whole experience. This is one of the main lounges in the Turkish. There's 2 main international airports in Turkey. I always forget which one this is. But anyways, this is in Turkey, Istanbul. Oh yeah, this is the Istanbul airport, IST. So again, thanks to one of the credit card benefits that I have, I usually can access at least some kind of lounge service. And of course, as I'm trying to film this, it denied me access. What the heck, man? I think they fixed it for me.
Did you register, sir?
I was just in.
Can I have
Yep.
it?
So not so good for the video because I wanted to clean, like, boom, see me, barcode in and I'm in. But whatever, this is life. So this is definitely one of the more robust lounges I've ever been in. Because this Turkish airport, this Istanbul airport, is like one of the busiest in the world, right? So this one happens to be like, it's got everything. It's got lockers, amazing food, access, bars, and I don't know. Too much to figure out. I was just filming random moments. You can see I was wearing that magnetic necklace for this. just saw the other download link. Lol said Whirlwind. Well, there you go. This is why you tune into my stream. We have all the answers. We stumble upon the right answers. Fed says, so you would know if you download the wrong. It's important to download a studio version, but if you have the paid, the free version will not work with the dongle, etc. And you have to type in the license key, I think. Yes, Fed knows more. Well, there you go, Whirlwind. I hope I've earned your follow just from that alone. But yeah. So this is the interior. This is a massive lounge, one of the biggest I've ever been in. And you can see just the like. Unfortunately, I don't think I was hungry at the time. I usually try not to eat too much food when I'm on airplanes, and I usually I hate the airport food. But the lounge food, now we're talking something else. So here, I just want to walk around to try to film and record with this Nano, just to show you guys, and also for testing. Man, one thing that's annoying, I don't know if it's just because I have too much going on in my project here, but the audio keeps cutting in and out. I don't know how to fix that. I think the best lounge I've ever been in, though, was in Hong Kong. At the Hong Kong International Airport, there was an American Express lounge that I was able to access. Oh, like I said, I swear I'm not like an elitist. In some things, maybe I am. I try my best to live just like a normal life. But man, these airport lounge access, it does change you. Okay, you become a little bit like, I can't. It's like when you fly business class. You do it one time in your life, and it's hard to go back. You know, I've been fortunate enough a few times through my job, like my corporate job in the past, and then a few times just random upgrades on Emirates Airlines, randomly being selected for like crazy international flights. Oh, it's hard to go back. I hope the DaVinci 21 will be so good in photo editing, so I don't need Lightroom or other stuff. Yeah, you know what, Whirlwind, it's good to have you here because we were playing with it a little bit in terms of the photo editing features. And I was trying to do a little bit of cross-reference with how I edit in Lightroom. And I don't know yet. I got too stuck in not knowing how to navigate. But I will be spending a lot more time in these coming streams to actually test out photo editing within DaVinci and then comparing it to obviously Lightroom as my golden standard of like what I use usually. But yeah, usually I like using Lightroom, and I'm a little bit dug in because I have a number of presets that I rely on to quickly get through the edits. But I see some excitement with trying to learn how to do that in DaVinci if the quality holds up. So we shall see. It took me a minute to realize my mistake. I was so frustrated at the time. Yeah, I appreciate Fed. I think you also kind of warned me as well. Never used anything for photo editing, says Whirlwind. I think Lightroom is the most intuitive. For me, it was the most intuitive. Photoshop was way too complicated for me to understand. There's too many other, like, the thing is Photoshop is so powerful for everything that you need it for. So if you're trying to do photo edits, there's a world you can figure out how to use it for that. But you can also use Photoshop for, like, design work and all kinds of random stuff, right? And it just became a little bit too complicated. I could never intuitively understand the concept of layers. I think I can understand it more now, but back then it was just impossible for me. Whereas with Lightroom, it was so easy. You had all these sliders all in one place, so I could just slide things around, see the effects, and then I can easily undo them or whatever. Whereas with Photoshop, it just felt more complicated. Fed says, did you meet Chow Yun-fat or Jackie Chan in the Hong Kong lounge? Yo, if I could meet Jackie Chan, that's probably in the top 3 of like celebrities or people I would want to meet in real life for sure. Just got my camera 2 weeks ago. Well, congrats, Whirlwind. Well, you've stumbled upon the right stream, okay? You're here for a reason because we're going to be navigating you through how to edit photos better, how to shoot better, how to shoot video and edit video, all of that. All right, we do it all here, okay? I guarantee it, actually, yes. I gotta be more confident. But that is the world I live in. I start off in photography for travel, then I shifted towards like wildlife photography, and of the past 3 years, it's been shifting towards video stuff. So like I said, right now I'm doing more video. So right now you're seeing a lot of the footage that I captured day by day from one of the trips in the past 3 months that I was at. This was on my way to Uganda. So I just wanted to stop here because it's kind of like, hey, give you a glimpse into my trips. I love this Osmo Nano. It's so, you know, it to the other I think Out of Focus was the one in the chat who mentioned, you know, you get anxiety when you're holding a camera, especially with the like whatever lenses. When it becomes obvious that you're photographing people or your surroundings, people just get a bit on edge around you as well. They get suspicious, or they're just like, why are you filming this? So to have, in this case, to have like this little pocket camera or like this tiny little action camera, yeah, it makes it easier for me to showcase my surroundings without feeling like, hey guys, look at me, I'm filming you guys. You know, it's a little bit more obscure. Fed says, I used layers for a little while and some free to use editing software before I bought the Black Magic. Gotcha. Never felt as effective. I understand the value of it. It's like non-destructive and all that fun stuff, but it was just a different language I didn't understand at the time. So anyways, this is shots with the Osmo Nano. This is a 10-bit, what is it? DJI log, I forget what it's called. Log M or DJI M log? I don't know, whatever. This guy was not happy with me. He actually, I wonder if we can hear it on camera. Let's see. Because what was I asking for? I felt like he was giving me a hard time when I was asking for ice. Could I get one more glass? I'm just gonna.
That's the glass?
Yeah, that's part of it. Yeah. No, one more glass of ice for this and this.
It's cold. This one.
Can you switch? This one's warm.
Cola Sprite 0.
This one?
Ice?
Yeah. You know what? Oh, I won. I won at the end of this exchange. Yeah, I don't know why. He just, you know, some people or whatever. So I showed up, and then I think I wanted 2 glasses of ice because I had this coffee. Yeah, I need to listen. I drink iced coffee everything is always ice for me usually. So I needed 2 glasses of ice because the first glass of ice would only fully melt because of the hot coffee. So I usually need the second glass of ice to be the actual ice, right? And the dude was just, yeah. But then sometimes you just play ignorant, which is not easy. It's easy for me to do because I'm being genuine. But I just was like, you know, what's going on? I don't understand. Can you help me with this? And you become such a nuisance to the point where they give up and they're like, okay, F it. Here you go. So I think that's what happened here. Whirlwind saying D-Log. Yes, thank you very much. D-Log M, I think is what it's called. It's not different from what you can do with nodes. Nodes, yeah. So I think when I learned DaVinci, I did spend dedicated time to understand the nodes. So by then it was easier for me to grasp. And also I was further along in my journey in terms of photography and video kinds of stuff. But back when I was like starting photography, trying to understand Photoshop was impossible. Nodes just click better for me, I guess, and there's so many things you can do when changing what kind of node and so on. Whirlwind says, I like caramel iced coffee. I do too, don't get me wrong. But the thing is, my taste buds are so uncultured and unrefined. So when I drink black coffee, it tastes great to me. I wouldn't be able to tell you the difference. I'm not a connoisseur. I'm not going to be able to tell you like, oh, well, I get a hint of nuts in this thing. And I can see, you know, why this was made in the banks of whatever country, right? I can't tell that. So I just drink plain, disgusting stuff, and it tastes good to me. Could I get one more glass? I'm just gonna.
That's the glass?
Yeah. So this guy made the face. He's like, "No, I'm not gonna give you an extra glass of ice. What the heck?" I'm like, "What? Why is ice such a luxury asset that you can't give me one more freaking glass of ice? Is it really that much of a hot commodity?" And you can see I had two drinks here, so it's like, what's the rub, man? Just give me a freaking extra glass of ice. And then I think I was pointing to this thing was not cold. Yeah, so anyways, I win. Actually, let's rewind to the full thing. I want to see how I win this bastard. There's both D-Log and D-Log M. Yeah. So the action cameras are all D-Log M. So it's not like that full D-Log or whatever is my understanding of it. Maybe the M stands for mini. I don't know. But it's the Osmo Pocket 3, the Osmo Nano, the Action 6. All of them shoot in this 10-bit D-Log M. So, but it's good enough. Like, it's good enough where when I color grade it or whatever, generally speaking, the quality looks a little bit better. It's one level up from shooting with an iPhone. And yeah, and it's easier to mix in some of this with my ZR captures, let's say, without it feeling so overwhelmingly like shitty quality to good quality. This one though, the problem is obviously I think I was shooting an auto ISO and I don't have like ND filters for these for the Osmo Nano or the other things. So when it comes to like, you know, high like contrasted exposures, that one I can't do anything with.
Could I get 2 glasses of ice?
Ice.
Yeah.
If anything, this bartender should be happy. I'm not asking him to make me a drink or do anything complicated. I'm like, yo, can you just give me 2 glasses of ice? He gives me the 1 glass.
Could I get 1 more glass? I'm just gonna.
That's enough? This one?
Yeah, that's part of it. Yeah. No, 1 more glass of ice for
Ice.
this and this.
It's cold. This one.
Can you switch? This one's warm.
Cola Sprite 0.
This one.
See, and I thought I was being overwhelmingly reasonable, right? Well, one, I asked for 2 glasses. He didn't push back, so I like, okay, well then I'm just reminding him, can I get 1 more? He's like making faces like, yeah. So then I'm like, well, okay, but this, well, can you give me the extra glass for this one then? If you're saying it's too much to ask for 2 glasses for my coffee, for whatever reason, can you give me a glass of ice for this drink? And then he's like, no. I'm like, well, okay, fine. Can you give me a cold version of this drink then, so I don't need the ice? And then he's like, oh, do you want the Coca-Cola or a Sprite? I'm like, no, this drink that I have, can you just give me a cold version? And I think that was just enough frustration for him that he says F it. I think.
Ice.
Yeah.
And he gives up and gives me an extra glass of ice. F you, buddy. Should have just done it from the beginning.
Thank you.
And look at that. Still being an asshole. Barely. He just gives me like the first glass, decent amount of ice. Second glass, half of it. Whatever. I still win though. Anyways, these are the battles that I fight in my head. Okay, so I think I'm done with, for the most part, color grading these guys. It's good enough. I do like the colors for the most part because I think the way it was filmed or the way I was shooting it, it seems like I was shooting in a bit warmer temperature. So whatever color grading I've done that I applied to all of these, it does cool it down a bit to a version that I think is reasonable for a color grade. So it's got a bit of a bluish tint to it, like a tealish coloring, but I think it's fine as a color grade. And this is where I was entering the first lodge, Papyrus Guest House. So this is owned by the operator that I work with, Coringo Safaris. And then their flagship one is in guerrilla territory. But yeah. Okay, and this is where I stayed. This is my humble abode when I'm in Entebbe. Okay, anyways, so let's keep watching that YouTube video and let me start color grading some of the ZR captures.
That's when meetings happen.
That's smart.
Yeah.
That's smart. Like if you have anything, a dentist, a call, even if it could be the most non-consequential thing, if there's a time for it and that time is somewhere in the day, my day is over.
Yeah.
I can't do anything because I'll eventually have to stop that thing. And if I'm in the flow state, that'll suck. And then I got to have that dumb meeting or dentist appointment or take my, whatever. Doesn't matter what it is, anything. And then I can't finish the day because there won't be enough time now to get back into the, and it wouldn't matter where.
I think I've been applying dehancer to almost every clip these days, even if it's unnecessary. Like I feel like this shot, did I need it? Maybe not, but I've so enjoyed dehancer to the point where I think I just use it every single time. So right now I'm using some of the dehancer emulations to change up a little bit of the compression. That's definitely the best feature of dehancer for me, is like they have this tonal range bar, which then kind of compresses some of the highlights and the lowlights, the dark areas, and then I just play with the white point until it's something that I like, and then applying that analog range limiter, doing the prints profile and the film profiles, and then I usually apply the halation and the bloom effect, although I think I need to tamp it down a bit. I think I'm over using it probably, so maybe this one I won't use it. Fed says, if you're ever at the Hong Kong lounge, ask the bartender to add a shot of tequila to a glass of beer. Put a coaster on top and slam it on the bar so it mixes. Chow Yun Fat will appear like magic. Hopefully you'll be hanging out with Jackie Chan too. All right, I'll keep that in mind next time. Oh, someone told me there's like some trick where if you mix your iced coffee with salt, was that what it is? Iced coffee with salt? Apparently this is like a really good combo. Adding a pinch of salt to iced coffee instantly enhances the flavor by neutralizing the natural bitterness of the beans while accentuating its inherent sweetness. Who would have thunk? Adding salt will add sweetness? So I might have to do this on my next coffee tomorrow morning. Do I need some kind of specific salt? Sea salt, maybe? Use unrefined, good quality sea salt or kosher salt. Avoid standard iodized table salt, as the iodine can leave a faint, unwanted metallic taste. Okay. Okay. We'll have to try that.
That is in its block. It wouldn't matter. The day's over. Now you look back on that, you're like, oh, that's because of this. Like that's
just
that can be
another
managed.
sign. And exactly. So you can put things in place that support the way that your brain is working, so that it's making your life better and other people's.
Yeah, we can work on this. So yeah, I'd love to talk about stuff that we can work on and stuff that creatives can work on. I know a lot of people that watch the channel are photographers and we've mentioned are in creative jobs or want to be in creative jobs and might look at an episode like this and think, not for me. I want to learn. Show me Lightroom. Show me like some techniques. Let's talk about these instead for the whole episode. But I think this topic actually enables this so much more and so much deeper.
Yeah, it's the greatest like workflow hack ever, especially if you identify as someone who might have this or has it.
Yeah, we talk about 8 camera hacks in 90 seconds. Here's like all of the life hacks in an hour.
What are some of the things that you have put into your life to operate in a more successful way with your ADHD?
Now, I've been getting rid of a lot of stuff. I think now I can follow through on a lot more. I can make commitments. I can make plans.
Some do this with whiskey or brandy as well. Brings out more of the sweetness. Seems to tame the bitterness. Gotcha. It's kind of interesting. Side note that they're talking about this topic because unironically, this is what I just mentioned at the start of my stream that I over the weekend I just filmed a quick episode of the Behind the Lens series that I have on YouTube, and it's around training your creativity like it's a muscle. And so it's kind of funny because it seems to be paralleling. It seems to be in a parallel structure with their line of thinking and what they're discussing here around, different ways to feel more creative or be more creative. And what they're going with as a way to be more creative is about your mental state. So they're talking about ADHD and finding ways to, change your mindset, let's say. I'm assuming is where they're going with it, which is similar to what I talk about in my video. I reference Eileen Gu. I think we went over it on stream one time as well. There's this incredible, I think it's incredible. Maybe other people will look at it and think it's dumb. There was a really incredible, maybe not really incredible. There was an interesting interview between Eileen Gu and some journalist named Charlotte during or after the Winter Olympics. And Eileen Gu is like this amazing athlete and exceptionally sharp person from all I could gather. And she gave an interesting question and she gave an interesting answer. Actually, let's watch it. Eileen Gu interview.
This isn't supposed to be a rude question, but do you think before you speak? Because you answer questions so quickly and so comprehensively, whether it's about geopolitics or your sport or aerodynamics. Like, can you take us into your brain
Thank you, Charlotte. That's very kind. Oh man. Do I think? I think overall I'm just a pensive person. Like I'm an introspective young woman. Like I spend a lot of time in my head, and it's not a bad place to be. I journal a lot. I break down all of my thought processes. I think I apply a very analytical lens to my own thinking, and I kind of modify it because it's so interesting. You can control what you think. Like you can control how you think, and therefore you can control who you are. And especially as a young person, like I'm 22, so with neuroplasticity on my side, I can literally become exactly who I want to be. How cool is that? Like how empowering is that, right? And so the fact is I get to become every day the kind of person that me at age 8 would revere. Like I would be obsessed with me today. Are you kidding? I would love me. And I think that's the biggest flex of all time, that you can have like little younger you be proud of you today. And so I guess for me, it's like, yes, I spend a lot of time in my own head. Yes, I think a lot, but it's not really like in an egotistical kind of way. It's in like a tinkering, like a scientist kind of way. I'm always like trying to modify. I'm trying to think, how can I be better? How can I approach my own brain the way that I approach my craft of free skiing, so that I can be better tomorrow than I was today?
So my God, I need to, if I can speak like her, or her mindset's great in my opinion. Clearly, I mean, to have the mental state of being an Olympic athlete, I'm sure it requires extraordinariness, and she's obviously one of the best. But I love the question. It went viral because of the way it was initially asked about, like, do you think before you speak? But then her response was definitely one to come up with all of this on the fly. Obviously, she didn't come up with it. Like, it's something she's thought of. She lives her life by this. It seems obvious. So to have that mindset and to convey it in the way she did, very succinctly, I'm just like, man, this is impressive. But I think there's a lot to gather from the fact that why don't more of us train our mental state the way that an Olympic athlete trains for their sport, right? Like, and take it from an Olympic athlete, right? They have a almost superhuman level of intensity and clearly above average way of approaching something to be the best at their craft. And so, like, to hear someone who does that for something we assume is only on the physical level, like for the most part, we think, oh, they're an athlete, they're training their physical state. But it's like, it comes with also, why would we stop there? Why can't you train your mental state? Why can't you train your brain like it's a muscle? Or why can't you train creativity as if it's something that can evolve and be improved? So I really appreciated her response. It resonates with me. And it was like in line with the video I was wanting to make anyways, about how I approach creativity. And in my opinion, I feel, unfortunately, I think a lot of us feel it's not gatekept, but a lot of us feel like it's something we can't improve. You're either born an artist or you're not. And to me, I think that's the wrong way of thinking. I do think there are measurable steps you can take in your day-to-day to actually improve your creativity and increase the chances of having creative thoughts or whatever ideas that can formulate. And there are, measurable steps you could take in your day-to-day to actually achieve that and become the artist you thought was impossible to be. And I think I can speak confidently about it because I view my own life and what I've been able to accomplish now. Not that I've accomplished the world, but the things that I've been able to create in the past number of years would have been impossible to my former self when I was stuck more in like the desk job in my early 20s or whatever. To think that I could be the one that's behind this camera capturing these photos or videos or telling a story or whatever it is that I'm producing in the world that's unorthodox or not part of the typical path of someone like me who studied economics or business development. My younger self would have absolutely never viewed any of this being possible. But thankfully, I had some encouragement. I had a few things work my way that I was curious enough to explore this path. And over time, it's led me to where I'm at now. And there's a lot more to go. So I wanted to make a video where I can at least encourage that line of thinking. Anyways, Fed, you said, so they say I never tried it myself. Just make sure it's not Eileen Wuornos. Who is that? Eileen Wuornos. That's not true though. Only a young person would believe that. Yeah, she's a great athlete. You would burn out eventually if you focus that much. Happens all the time with people who do that in their everyday work life. Happens to top level athletes too, but more physically. So many soccer players end up not being able to walk without pain by the age of 45. Yeah, I mean, there's a truth to over exerting yourself, or there's like a wrong way of training, right? I grew up in the era of wrong way, like the old school training method. Because I mentioned my dad went to the Olympics when he was young. His whole life was like wrestling, martial arts, things like that. And so he trained me and my brother since we were like the age of 4, basically, up until adulthood. And we came from like the non-medical science backed way of training, and the more severe, like, whatever, make it till you break it type mentality, or no pain, no gain was like the motto of the day. And so we were definitely doing things that were definitely destroyed my body in more ways than I can count, most likely. But there's now with modern science and different approaches, you can always improve upon it for sure. Yeah, but anyways, I guess there is a world where you could train your mental state and over exert yourself, or train it incorrectly where you burn yourself out mentally, traumatize yourself, or whatever else, for sure. My hubris, my delusion comes from the fact that I don't think my mental state can ever get to that point. It's a level of delusion that so far I've not been proven wrong, which feeds my delusion that I think I have like a Olympic level mental state. I genuinely believe that about myself. Am I hyperbolizing? Maybe a little, but I would like to believe, I think my mental resilience is in the top, whatever percent in the world. I strongly feel that way. And it's what allowed me to live on my own halfway across the world, doing what I do, and for as long as I've done this. I think part of it is because of my childhood and like the sports and all that other stuff. But I do feel like I do have this ability to not break mentally. Yobel, you're the prize. I like that. Yes, exactly. That is why the name exists. Thank you, ABC Shake. I like the name, ABC Shake. I appreciate that. So yeah, anyways, this is my hubris. That is my delusion, that I do think my mental state won't necessarily break in the same way that our bodies do when we overexert or overtrain. But yeah, like either way, there is a right path. There is a way to train effectively. And I think Eileen is a prominent or a key example of someone who's trying to, on a day-to-day basis, like, why not dissect the way you think and try to experiment in the same way you would do that. You would track, measure, whatever for your sport, and make adjustments, not extreme adjustments, but over time, to eventually become like a smarter, more whatever, like mentally sharp version of yourself. And unfortunately, as we're older, she said she's 22, so I guess her brain is still in that development stage, or she has more, neuroplasticity, as she says, to play with. Whereas now that I'm in my 30s, and it's like, okay, well, how much more can I change? But you know what? It's possible. I believe in that. In the same way that I just saw some random social media video that showed, hey, this is Brad Pitt when he was 42 or something like that, is when he filmed, maybe it was Fight Club or that Troy movie, which I've never seen. And it was like looking at his physique, and he's like, yo, this guy was able to, obviously he's in Hollywood, so there's a little bit of cheating going on. But like the point was, you can still reach crazy impact benefits, like when you're, especially with modern day, like in your 30s, 40s, 50s, whatever. Fed says a bit of delusion is fine to reach the top. Yes, and I think there's a number of studies around that too, where apparently like that whole concept of manifestation or manifesting things, there's a little bit of science behind that, where like when you, I'm gonna bullshit a few things now, but if you are this like overly delusional optimist, I think that's a better world to be in than being someone who tends to be very Debbie Downer, skeptical, like pessimist, right? Across like whatever you think you can and cannot achieve. And I think sometimes by having that level of delusion and positivity, and by not festering in negative thoughts, you do kind of free your mind a bit to be less stressed, and to then start to find those creative solutions, or to create the world around you because you speak it into existence. Maybe you surround yourself with other people based on what you're trying to pursue, or by voicing it out loud, other people know what you're trying to do, and maybe they make connections for you with the right people. I don't know. There's all kinds of like, I'm sure microscopic ways that by just acting fake it till you make it type mentality that you can at least achieve, if not 100% of what your goal is, at least you're taking measurable steps towards that goal. Compared to if you completely shut it from the beginning and say, like, that's not, I can't do that, I can never do this or that. It's like, well, thanks for not trying. Okay. So anyways, where am I going with this? Nowhere. Fed says, in general, while I definitely think she's amazing at her specialized field of sport, I think it's a mistake to listen to her on other subjects, especially since she is 22. I don't like disagree. Like I know nothing about her besides I know she's an Olympic athlete. Sometimes she's in the news, but I don't really know much about her. And then just this one interview, right? But I take everything. So I take everything with a grain of salt, except for my coffee, apparently. We'll do that soon. But I also take things at face value. Like clearly her answer here was something that I think was very sharp and introspective, or something that I was like, oh, okay, that's an interesting way of looking at the world that I've never really voiced out loud in this way. And I think I agree with the general gist of it. And it's one that's fascinating enough to why not explore the possibilities of that. So I think in this one clip, she comes off as very, very sharp. Doesn't mean that you should listen to her for everything. Obviously, I disagree with that. Like I said, I don't know anything about her besides this one clip, but it's a profound statement. And I think it's one that deserves, like, why don't we try to explore our lives the way an Olympic athlete, trains for their sport? So there we go. Sounds like a platitude you'd hear in a movie. Yes, I agree. But well-spoken. At the very least, well-spoken, well thought out. All right. Now let's get back to this 1 hour video that we're only 10% of the way through.
Actually see them through. Before I think I was a big plan maker.
Yep.
And I was good at talking, good at squawking.
Yeah.
Talking and squawking.
Hype
but
man,
like
for sure.
But dude, like I will, like, you spend 40 minutes with me, you're like, oh, we're going to the moon. But then it's like, when are we going? And I'm like, well, tomorrow.
Yeah.
We'll book it tomorrow. You know, booking trips, starting
Oh
projects.
my God. Do Canadian, I didn't know that extent. Obviously I should have known this. When I think of Canadian accent, I think of a boot. I didn't know the word tomorrow would also be impacted by a Canadian accent. Let me hear that again. How did he say it?
See them through. Before I think I was a big plan maker.
Yep.
And I was good at talking, good at squawking.
Yeah.
Talking and squawking.
Hype
but
man,
like,
for sure.
But dude, like I will, like, you spend 40 minutes with me, you're like, oh, we're going to the moon. But then it's like, when are we going? And I'm like, well, tomorrow.
Yeah.
We'll book it tomorrow. You know,
Tomorrow.
booking trips,
Tomorrow.
starting projects, moving office furniture around because that makes me feel like I'm doing something instead of what I should be doing. Procrastination is like I unbelievable procrastinator. I will do everything last minute. So I think a lot of these things that were just making my life hard, that like I ignored it. There's just I just that's life, man. Things are hard. People procrastinate. Meetings during the day ruin the day. Like I didn't think it was because of a thing. I just thought it was it just is.
Yeah, when that's your reality, then you have nothing to compare it against. In the same way that you talked about, like when you have the contrasting experience of what it's like to be either medicated or do the steps that are holistic that make your life better with ADHD. We talked about it before, but it's like putting on glasses for the first time if you're like blind and you're like, this is what the world looks like.
Yeah.
Like I should have done this way sooner. And even that's negative self-talk in some capacity, right? Because you're going like, at least you're doing it right now. And we should always celebrate that kind of thing, because not only is there's like so much stigma around this, but it takes a lot to get to the point where you want to move the needle. Because
Fed says she did present it in a way that sounded inspirational. I'll give her that. Yeah, for sure. Listen, at 22, I wish I could speak like that. I wish I could present anything that was inspirational. Not let alone not just 22. When I was like 30 or whatever, it's like, come on. So if she continues training in that way, I am curious. I think she's also a Stanford grad. Although, listen, when you're an Olympic athlete, I'm assuming that came first. So I'm sure that played a significant role in getting accepted into whatever university you want to be a part of. But obviously her personality plays a role. And if she speaks like that, if she's this well-spoken at 22, that took me, oh man. I'm like stuttering my way through life even today, right? So like, I'm jealous that she's such, and I think the key message I'm sharing in that video is that you should be living your life with intentionality, right? So it's, to me, like if there's some takeaway of like the whole point of the video I just recorded, it's around the fact that I'm trying to live life with more intention involved. So I do things with more intention. So in the same way, even when you'll see it sometimes on these live streams, where as I watch some video or whatever, as I watch a movie or TV show, I do try my best to start taking notes of key moments, what drew some emotion out of me in a film, in a key shot, or when I read books, or when I do whatever it is in life. Just trying to actually think through why that matters and what was so creative about it, or was there something I learned from that moment? And by writing it down or typing it out, I feel like I'm expanding my vision to find these key moments that if I track enough of those moments and find a pattern in it, it's like I'm almost like expanding my vision and my ability to see more than the normal things, right? You're like opening up more visual, I say visual, but like you're opening more awareness of the world and introducing more interesting or unique thoughts into your mind that can create creative ideas. We all bloom in different areas at different times. I agree. There's an ex-gold medal speed skater from Norway who went on to do speaking stuff to great success. He married an American woman, I think. Yeah, I think I am somewhat privileged to have gone through the training and the rigor and the childhood of an Olympic athlete without anything to show for it in terms of like the credentials. But yeah, like I grew up with an Olympic, my dad was, like I said, Olympic athlete. I went through like a lot of his rigid training that he would go through to get to where he was. And so I think there's a lot of downside to that. And to be fair, I don't recommend that lifestyle to anyone. I would never recommend you should raise your children in the way that I think I was raised. But thankfully I didn't break. Somewhere in the mix of all of that, I did survive in a ways where it did allow me to become super resilient, like I said before. So not to call myself a diamond in the rough, but I did survive that. And I think the trauma from that was never so severe. Like, whatever. Okay, we're not doing a therapy session. We're supposed to watch this video about
Even
ADHD
just like stepping
and edit.
into the doctor's office and admitting that there could be something wrong with you, that you feel of perceiving this, rather than just being like, hey, why don't we just admit that like my brain developed differently? That doesn't make me better or worse in any way, but I could use things in my life to support it better. And if you...
Okay, one thing about my color grading, I need to double check and learn again about... I wish I could have a video call with Colin Kelly, because I still don't think I understand the concept of mid-gray good enough. Because a lot of times when I'm editing my footage, I end up hating that I put that little mid-gray box button there, or the dot, and I just end up just wanting to change the curves as I like it to be. So I need to double check, like, how do you leverage that mid-gray as part of your color correcting process and all that. So anyways, Fez says, no, not nothing. You bring that go-getter attitude and grind to your work now. Oh yeah, for sure. Sorry, I don't mean to downplay anything on my end. Like I said, I think my life is because of that crazy Olympic style training that I went through. So I'm very grateful for it. But to your point, Fed, from earlier, I think there is a level of how that could break people if you're not careful. Like, just how sports can break you physically, like this, whatever, if you want to train your mind, as you say, it could break you mentally, or cause mental scars, I guess.
Kind of have this like better relationship with how you think about how the way that your brain is formed, then you will be able to actually set up things in your life in a way that doesn't feel like it's like constantly like doom and gloom every single day, or like, wait, is this what life is day to day? Man, it's a little hard.
Another day.
Yeah.
Back in the loop.
Yeah.
I used to say stuff like that a lot. I feel like being medicated with, what I was set up with after going through like a lengthy process that was like 2 months and very thorough, with doctors and people doing like the assessments and then calling references and my mom. And like, I didn't realize it was like, I'm like, oh wow, they're really like going hard at this.
That's great.
I kind of always just assumed it was like, I'm going to call someone and be like, I have ADHD. And they're going to be like, nah. Ask me 8 questions. I'm like, yup, nope, yup. They're like, cool, here's some pills. And I always kind of thought, I don't want pills to change who I am. Who I am is why I'm here. And what makes me me is me. And if I take drugs, it's going to change that, and it's going to alter. And now I'm going to need that. I'm going to depend on that to move forward. I won't be able to do and achieve and get to where I need to go now without something. And that's scary. I don't want to depend.
Fed says, you look out for mid-gray when recording. It's about exposing correct, like Swizz talked about how important that is. It's number one. Yeah, I just got to do a better job of actually.
And
yeah, you want to be
have
relying on something, and you also don't want like a gatekeeper to be there too, because and then you get to a point where you're being like, now I have to check in every single time with my doctor on how it's going in order to get these things.
Yeah, oh, I need more. Can I get a refill? And I'm like, I don't want to introduce all that crap into my life. Like, it's not worth it. Like ADHD is just just whatever. Who cares? Move on. That's what makes me me. Why would I want something to change that and then take it every day? Like, it's bad for you.
Yeah.
And then like you got here, Peter. You got this far without drugs.
Yes.
Why do you feel like you now need to take them to continue when it's what makes you you? It's like this. It's the why would you take away the magic? The what makes you special and what makes you unique? And I struggled with that for a long time, which is probably why I always just immediately dismissed the idea. I was like, oh yeah, good point. Anyway, moving on.
I think it's comboed with fear. I think especially when something is working for you or feels like it's working for you, especially in the creative space. Like you're like, look at this YouTube channel that I've built. I've done it this whole time by myself without any support. That story becomes solidified the more that you believe it. And I think for me, it was one of those things is like, is this going to like silence the creativity or the magic? No, it did the opposite for me. It actually allowed me to finally harness my creativity and then have follow through for the first time. Because in the past, I was always like working out of this like very primal way that I was working with ADHD, in the sense of just being like, YouTube is a great career for people with this, where it's like,
Fez says, you eliminate a lot of issues that can pop up later when exposing right when recording, colors, noise, etc. You can see middle gray on your waveform. Yeah, I need to. On my next shoot, I'll keep an eye out for that.
You have a deadline. I have to hit that deadline and I'll get the thing done. But the entire time I'm anxious, I get a brief moment where I'm like, and then we get to do it again. And so we have high output because we're constantly getting satisfied about hitting deadlines in very short amount of time. But now I can actually build out process and start building out videos in the future because I am now like properly supporting my brain. And I think for me, it actually allowed me to elevate my process and allow me to make more and better things.
You don't think maybe some of that sporadic nature of the mind jumping from thing to thing is actually a benefit that you wouldn't want to suppress? Like if you're taking pictures and you're able to kind of be aware of all things that might be, considered distractions by some people, but because you're not medicated and you're aware of them all, like maybe that's what's actually helping you capture and be able to make a video and also get photos and do reels and do the business side and do all of those things. If you're going to take drugs, that'll, I don't know why I did that voice, but like that'll lock you into just one thing. And maybe that's worse. Like maybe you're like, all right, now I'm locked in, I'm focused on making these reels, but you just missed all these photos that are going to happen because you're now like medicated to only be focused on one thing.
I think is again like a story, and you might have like 5 or 10% success with that type of mentality, or you've had wins that allow you to like believe that to be true. But for me, it's like on days where I don't take my medication and I try to like, work on something.
Just watch a video about exposing when shooting using waveform and hitting middle gray. It's easy to learn. Yeah. I gotta add that to my list. I don't have any shoots coming up right now, so it's more just like I'll put it on the docket of videos to watch.
I find myself being like, okay.
I usually learn best when it's like, it's hard for me to learn things just as theory without practice. So usually I have to tie up like learning something with actually doing the thing. So if I can tie up watching those videos on my next film shoot where I can, I need to take the camera out, I gotta blah, 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 follow along and do it physically, that's usually the best way for me to actually learn with enthusiasm.
List of things that you want to get done right now. I'll start something. So I'll start doing data management. Then I'll open up like Premiere and I'll start to like edit the video. And then like a text comes in and I'm like, oh, that's more important. So I'll go to the text and I'm jumping around. I'm never closing any loops. So by the end of the day, I don't get anything done.
You're not landing any planes.
Yeah. And I think for me, it's more beneficial to actually see something through than to hope that the magic of that way that my brain is thinking is going to give me some like big swing win. And I think the same goes for like the photos. Like I actually think I'm more dialed in for perception around me than I would be if I let my mind wander everywhere. And I think by proxy too, the people around you that are trying to support your business or your career will also like appreciate that you're more dialed in to also get the work done on how they operate. So they're not always going like, okay, well, they have ADHD and I can just accommodate around this. It's like, great, there's only so much laneway until someone just starts to get upset that you're also not doing anything to like make it easier on them as well. And so for me,
Man, this guy is speaking some facts, I think. Or he's definitely making me realize, because even, man, one of the big struggles, even since I've come back from my trip, I keep making a list of to-dos of what I have to get done, and then I keep forgetting it. And then I'll write it down, but then I don't get through it all. And I'm like, I'll just do it tomorrow. I'll do it the next day. I'll do it over the weekend. And that list just constantly grows. Even today, I think during my coffee chat with my friend, I had to type out I sent a bunch through my WhatsApp message to myself as like a reminder. And I didn't get through any of them. So I can see the flip side of what so my understanding is, well, I feel like Peter is probably just playing devil's advocate. But he's questioning, like, well, do you stifle your creativity and productivity by taking the drugs? And he's saying, perhaps, but the benefits outweigh the downside because then you're actually seeing things through. So what's the point of creativity? What's the point of having great ideas if you never execute on it? And he's saying exactly, yeah, so that's his point, which is, it's great if your head's up in the clouds all the time, but you got to come down to reality at some point. You got to land on something. And if you're not building anything, well then, yeah, there's nothing down there for you. So, okay. I think that's how I'm following it so far.
yes, there's an
Or even watch it when playing around with the camera at the same time. Yeah, gotcha. I need to do that.
element that you could go, okay, I'm like harnessing the magic here and that my ADHD is the thing. I can like maybe get one slightly better photo. I think you'll actually get more photos outputted and posted online, which would serve you better than hoping that like, the magic of how the way the brain just likes to jump around to different association will push your career forward or something else.
It's almost like jack of all trades, master of none.
Yes.
And then when you take it, you can be master of something.
Yeah.
I find that when I went down the road, my cousin has ADHD, and he was always, like I said earlier, you can always identify it in someone else very easily. Once you've established you have it and you work on it, and maybe you're medicated, maybe you're not, but when you see other people's patterns, you're like, oh, that person for sure. Like I can see it in my kids, I can see it in like my niece, I can just see it in anybody now. And I'm like, that's 100%. The reason you haven't finished that office and you haven't uploaded those things yet, you haven't called that person back, and you're late on this, and you forgot your payment here, and
Oh, is he saying he's diagnosing people? Fett says maybe one can go off the drugs to brainstorm, on the drugs to concentrate and get it done. That'd be interesting. I don't know if is that a good way to live life? I mean, is it any worse than if you just stick to one mode, I guess? Yeah, everything in moderation, they say, right?
it's ADHD likely. Like I can see we're the same. And you almost want to evangelize to help these people, because like there's things out there that'll make you better at what you do.
Yep.
It's actually the opposite. And I was talking to someone, and I was like, I feel like when I take the medication, it makes me talk more. And she was like, Peter, you've always talked a lot.
Yeah.
Like you don't talk
Nothing's
anymore
changed.
now than you're just focused on the conversation.
Yes.
And like you said, like you can really feel you're listening and taking in what someone's saying now.
Yeah.
I had the same conversation with my accountant. I leave the planet when my accountant's talking, and I love you, Dan. But like, I don't comprehend numbers very well.
Yeah.
I've just never been great at math. It's not very interesting to me. So topics that aren't interesting, typically I'm just going to check out.
Yeah.
And I find that I don't do that anymore.
Yeah.
I'll listen, and I will listen, and I'll look at my phone, I'll have missed calls and stuff. And I'm like, oh, wow, I am locked in. I remember he said specifically after like an 1.5-hour meeting, we got more done today than we have in like the last 3 months. I was like, oh, it's because I'm on drugs.
Yeah.
But then I don't like when people call it drugs, because it makes it feel like, like maybe it is. I don't know. I don't know why that makes me uncomfortable.
I think there's just a stigma around it. And I think we never want to believe that there's something inherently like holding us back and that we can't function without it. But I think it's one of those things where like, I think it's better to just acknowledge that our brains developed a certain way which works really well in certain areas. But as we're navigating the real world and as we're navigating,
I don't think that's advisable. I think the drugs work best if you're on them all the time. Listen, I have no idea.
different relationships and people and creativity and business, that our brains are not always going to like work at their best in those different areas. And so, yes, ADHD is this magic thing where we can hyper focus at something, we can get really good on it, we can like learn the entire menu system of an entire camera because we're like, we just want to nerd on it and we like it and it excites us. And that serves us really, really well. But in a lot of other areas, I think it just creates more balance. So for me, I think I realized and just reflected on the fact that my life was better when I had support systems around me. And I think I want to be clear that like you don't have to go down the route of medication as like the only way to support ADHD. I think there's a lot of like holistic approaches that you can do it. Like exercise is an amazing part of this. Having sunlight, eating eggs in the morning, like high protein breakfasts are like a really great thing for the ADHD brain. Like my best days are when I like have great sleep. I wake up like at a reasonable time, do an exercise, go for a walk in the morning. I eat like a high protein breakfast. I then take my ADHD medication and then I have a coffee. Coffee is so good for people with ADHD. That was another sign.
Don't I know?
Yeah.
I always thought maybe because I'm still new to this.
Yeah.
I haven't been on the medication for very long. I'm always a little apprehensive to take coffee, like to have coffee after I've taken it. I think like, I don't want to go to the moon. Like what's going to happen if I have 2 cups of coffee, rock and roll on 2 Americanos and some Vivans? Like, I don't know what's going to happen. My heart going to stop? Like, I don't.
That's not the combo right there.
No.
Don't wake up and just pop it. Like I'll speak candidly too, because on Wednesday I had a bad ADHD day. So this was only like a few days ago. I was so frustrated at my brain and I had to remind myself to be like, days like this are just
Frustrated at my brain. That's funny. I don't know why. Drug is just a word for stuff that affects us when we take them. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, technically coffee is a drug, right? My thinking is like, drug, is that just any time you're manipulating or like creating like a chemical reaction in your body? Would that just anything that does that is a drug? I have no idea.
It's going to happen from time to time. Like it's all going to derail. Some piece of information is going to just throw you off the loop because you hyper focus it on one thing that to somebody else is going to be like, that's nothing. But like, I think it's the end of the world type of situation. So it's like one of those.
I just relate to this so much. Yeah, keep going.
Yeah. So for me, it's like I know that I set myself up poorly. Like I went to bed way too late when I.
Just FYI, in terms of like what I'm working on, this is one of the coolest parts of this shoebill stork experience is being on these little wooden boats going through the swamp and then seeing the guys who work the boat operators. Like, you know, they have some cool poses that you can film, like when they're on the, you know, as you see here on the boat. Let me turn down the volume here because it's probably gonna sound nasty. So I do want to like film more of these moments, especially when it's like proper sunset time or sunrise or whatever, if you can capture with the lighting and like some nice skyscapes. But it's a cool shot. Depending, I think I was testing with the 14mm, I think right here, but you get these like wide angle shots as well as close up medium shots while they're at the edge of the boat and they're, you know, they got their binoculars, they're searching for the shoebill. It is very much a searching shot. So this can become like a nice hero, you know, image. So I think this goes towards when I eventually make a documentary about these shoebill stork operators. I definitely want to do that. This is going to be one of those hero shots that I'll be like, hey, we got to get a film here, like wait for this type of perfect landscape, and boom. I'm just observing in full screen to see if I need to change some of the color grading here. I think I do on this one.
Woke up, I took my Adderall right away on like an empty stomach.
But isn't that sometimes what's suggested? Because it can stay in your system so long that like you want it to be gone by the time you go to bed, because then it can affect your sleep.
Yes and no, and there's ways like on a side note too, if you ever want to like pull that back, you can drink like for at least for Adderall, from my understanding of it, you can like have orange juice and it will like lower the side effects of it. Like most vitamin C or like, you know, grapefruit would like lower the effectiveness of a medication. So you can always kind of like wean it back if you really needed to. So like, yes, take it at the same time, But like I didn't set myself up for success that day. So like I took it, then I had a coffee, I didn't eat any food, and then I just like went into something super stressful right away. And then just at that point, my whole day was like more or less ruined or felt ruined. And then, you know, we can talk about this too, because then my like self-talk is just being like, oh, your brain, it's not working. It's like, hey, it's going to happen. You also don't need to be like outputting all the time. And just because you've had like a month of like success back to back of like good days. And I also don't take my medication every single day. I take it on the days that I want to be like dialed in.
Same.
On the weekends, I don't take it.
Me neither.
Right. And, but I do notice it like on the days I don't take it. And so I don't want to rely on it, but when I need it, it's just a better system. I've put better gas in the car that day so that it actually will operate to a way that will get me to the
I love the
final
boat
destination
footage,
better.
says Fed. Thank you very much. Caffeine is the most widely used psychoactive drug in the world through coffee, tea, and other means. Yeah, I believe it.
Yeah.
Putting premium in.
Yeah,
It's expensive these days.
I know, right?
No, I do take it right in the morning because I found that if I was taking it around 10, then it'd be like 9:30 and I'd still be like, I should shovel the roof right now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I should, like, what can I do? And then I would have bad sleep. And the other thing I've noticed that hasn't affected me, but I hear can affect your diet. Like you can be like less hungry.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it suppresses your appetite. So, you know, you have to almost set reminders for yourself. And I think this is also a good segue into building up systems that support ADHD or the way that your brain is so that you can actually like live your life well. And I have a couple like suggestions out here too.
Yeah, hit me.
Yeah, so one is like a classic thing is like I'd always just like leave the lights on. So like, you know, I feel privileged that I can set my house up this way, but I put everything on a smart switch. So then if I leave the garage light on, which I always leave the garage light on, I can be in bed at night being like, the garage light is on, I turn it off. But for things that are not on the system, my partner and I also have this like thing that we do where I will be like, the oven is off, and then she will go, the oven is off, and then we remember later, be like, did we put the oven off? Yeah, remember when we both said it out loud?
That's like this whole thing, remember?
What's this?
Oh, that's a good
Secure.
system.
100%.
It's the same
It's
thing.
a system to make sure you don't drop that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's like I'm not the only one. I'm sure. It's like when you when I'm taking a shower, like in the shower, I'll be like, oh shoot, my shampoo is running low, or conditioner is running low, or whatever is running low. And then by the time you step out of the shower, you've already forgotten that you're supposed to add that to your shopping list. And so then the next day, let's say I step in the shower. Oh shoot, my shampoo is running low. All right. And then I forget. It just wipes from your mind. And then it's like, oh shoot, I'm out of shampoo. What the heck? You know, it's like, it happens all the time. I know I'm not the only one that deals with that, but it's so annoying. I think that's where those Amazon buttons that they used to sell, I never actually used one, but I remember they were the thing for a while. It was all the rage, where you're able to buy specific buttons, like a Tide button or whatever button, and it was programmed next to the thing nearby. So let's say if you keep running out of laundry detergent, you stick that button next to your washing machine or whatever, so that in the moment you realize you needed to restock on it, you hit the button, and it would put that into your Amazon shopping list or something. I don't know. That was what I thought happened. But I think they canceled that after some time. But I wish I had those buttons. That is like fantastic. I don't know how you would do it in the shower, but I guess because of the water and everything. But if I could have that button in the bathroom, at the very least, it increases the chances that I'll remember to hit the button for whatever thing I need. Most ADHD medicine is basically amphetamines. So it makes sense. It makes you eat less. Amphetamines were also used as a dieting drug when I was a kid. All the rage. Gotcha. He should brainstorm on weekends when not taking his medicines. Yeah, I guess makes sense what you're saying. So you can stop taking it some days. Now we know.
Yeah.
And I think there's ways that you can set yourself up for success, right? And those are like little things that I can do in my day to day to make sure I never like fall victim of my own mind.
That's interesting because I remember when I was getting like assessed, I suppose a lot of these things are the markers for ADHD a lot of people have, and that's how they're identified, and they ask you these questions. And I don't suffer from any of that. I think it was more so just the focus and the over like drive to want to do things.
Yeah.
I just didn't really feel like coming to work, and I just didn't really want to make videos, and I didn't feel like getting started. And getting started was like, that's a whole job in and of itself. And And what I noticed in the change was a very willingness to want to work, like a joy to work. More of the mentality of like, I get to do this, not I have to do this.
Yeah. And I think that's a good thing because there's two things in that. There's like a practice of gratitude that's happening, which I think is a really good thing for like the ADHD brain. Like we're already predisposed to fall into slumps of negativity and depression and things like that. Like it's just easier if you are of like, and this is interesting too. Apparently it's only around 5% of people actually have ADHD. And then there's like another version of it that exists more because of a byproduct of our world where there's just like so much attention distraction happening.
So we're rare.
Yeah. So
we're a rare breed.
but at the same time, it's one of those things where like, because our brains are inherently set up to kind of like lean that way, you have to actively pull yourself out of it through practices. And I think what you're doing is like a gratitude practice. You're also not like constantly chasing like a dopamine hit from like something outside of your control. You're doing it through like your willingness to go and act. And in that situation, you're making a video. And I think that's really important for the ADHD brain too, is like when you kind of like slowed the plane down. I like always like the analogy where it's like, if it stops on the runway and then it hasn't taken off for a while, it starts to rust a little bit. It's like, get that thing back in the sky. It's better to be flying all the time than for it to be like stuck on like the landing pad, trying to refuel or constantly like adjust everything. Like get it back up and let's start like flying, because that's good for our brains. And so I think it's easy for us to fall into that slump, and then we have to work really hard to get back out of it. And so if you start to take a break for too long, it can kind of like spiral into something else.
So how do you know if you have it? You know, what do you got to go through?
Go to a doctor.
You might get lucky, have a friend or have someone that says like you have it. Like,
yeah.
But like if you don't know and you're watching this or you're thinking about it, like what do you do?
Well, there's definitely a couple of things that you can do. One, like
I feel like there can't be a responsible answer to this besides go to a doctor. You know what I mean? It's like when those like financial, when those like YouTube channels where they have to always give that, this is not financial advice or blah, blah, blah disclosure. I feel like when it comes to medical things or like diagnoses, could you responsibly, could you actually responsibly give any answer besides go to a practicing doctor to be diagnosed? I don't know. I wonder if there's a reason for the blue painted boats, or if it's just because they look nice. They have blue wooden boats many places in Cambodia and Vietnam, for example. Actually, that's a good question. You know what? I never asked. Has it been blue every single time? I think it has. Huh. There can't be I don't think there's like an actual, I don't think it does something where it's like, oh, the animals in the swamp are less distracted by it or anything like that. So maybe it's just an aesthetic choice, but it does look nice. Yeah, having that blue color does look really nice in the environment if I color grade it correctly, which I still need to work on this one.
Like my favorite book on this topic is a book called ADHD 2.0. There's like actually like a checklist at the beginning of this book that kind of goes like, here, like, are you any of these? I think it was like they had like 40 questions. I was like 38 out of 40. I was like, oh, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I think I might be.
Yeah, I'll share the story because I think it was funny, because when I went to go get my diagnosis, they had me answer a bunch of questions, and then I like kept check marking on like one side. I was like, oh, this is kind of keeps going on one side. And then he like put the ruler down. He's like, so if you don't have it, you're on this side. And if you most likely have it, you're on this side. You notice where everything is right now? And I was like, every single one is on that side.
Yeah.
And I think rather like it's kind of funny in those moments to just kind of be like, oh, okay, I probably should have acted on this sooner than later, but it's great that I'm taking any step. Even in like ADHD can also be masked really, really well too. So there's like a big thing where you can kind of like assimilate into a like group of people around you. So if you're living at home, you can kind of make sure that people don't really know that you have it, which then you trick yourself into thinking, I probably don't have this. But I would start by just being like, listen to the people around you who might be like, maybe this is a thing, and then just start to explore it. Like there's like online like lists you can do. The book is probably like my favorite spot, or you can literally just like at one of your next like check-ins at your doctor's appointment, just ask them, hey, by the way, can we just have a brief assessment on this just to see, and then we can dive deeper? They already have probably like a sheet that they can give you like a basic starting point.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, I didn't have, aside my cousin.
Here in Norway, you can't advertise for medicine, alcohol, and cigarettes. Oh, okay.
From telling me like,
that sounds smart.
Just do this. Like I've seen it in you, and I know you.
you can't advertise for it, but you know what's I think I said this on stream before, but I think one of the most nefarious things that we just all kind of accept because it's more subconscious or whatever. But it's like it's a conscious choice every single time. It's like you can't watch a single Hollywood film or show maybe, but let's just stick to Hollywood film. You can't watch a single Hollywood film without at least one scene in the movie of some dude or gal smoking a cigarette. You just can't. Like, there's no film in existence on Hollywood that does not have a smoking scene in it, unless it's like some niche category where that just doesn't happen. But it's like, yeah, we just accept it because it's so cinematic. It's so nice to see all the smoke and mixing in with whatever. It gives the actor or actress something to do when they strike like strike a match, or when they light the thing or whatever. It's like, it just looks so nice. And so that becomes the reason why we just do it. But then it's like, how nefarious is that? Like, how much of a, if we talk about brainwashing or whatever, of like, subtle messaging, subliminal messaging or whatever, right? If always the cool badass character is having this badass moment that the cameras make look even more badass when they, puff away on the thing, doesn't that just actively promote or, passively, at the very least, do some good PR for cigarettes, I'm not saying this in like a judgmental way or anything, but it's just something I noticed before. I was like, man, is there ever a movie that doesn't have a single, like at least one scene where some character is puffing away on a cigarette? Yeah. It's always weird being abroad, seeing all those pill commercials. Oh yeah, in the US it's big. I don't know, because I don't really smoke, but I'm trying to think, do all the cigarette packets have, I know in places I've traveled to, sometimes it's really crazy, right? Like on the cigarette box, it just has like a nasty image of some lady who's suffering from like some debilitating disease because of smoking too much. And it's like, they just make it look as gross as possible, which as a deterrent, I guess, right? I don't think the US does that. I don't know.
Would benefit from this, because I think when you're talking to someone about most things day to day, they pick up on patterns, and my pattern was mostly just not being able to get started and being overwhelmed, and I needed to figure out how to get around that.
Yeah.
But it wasn't always there.
Yeah.
Which is why I kind of just never really believed it was something like ADHD, because I thought, like, well, I mean, it worked earlier. I was able to get all this and do all these things. Why suddenly has it just shifted? And now I need to go get a diagnosis for something.
Yeah, it's probably because also there's like a bit of a tipping point at some point in your life where it's starting to impact your surroundings. In my case, like, it was very much impacting like my relationships. Like, as simple as something as being like, you leave the milk out all the time. And I'd just like be like, no, I'll put it away tomorrow. And then I'd forget the milk again. And then I'd forget it again. And then it's like months and years. And like, it's kind of like what we were talking about before. Like, if someone can't just relate to going like, hey, they have this, I can create some space for it. But even they will have a point where they just get frustrated, because it's like, now please just go and do something about this, so that this is not making their lives more difficult, because like that's going to be a slippery slope into something bigger eventually down the road. So I think like, it's one of those things where like, also pay attention if there's a repeated like occurrence within like a friend or family that's starting to go like, hey, you keep promising me this and you don't do it. Because at some point they're just gonna like, it's going to change the way they interact with you. I think it's easy for somebody who has ADHD.
They started working against smoking on film back in the mid-90s. It was much worse before. Main character smoking like 50 cigarettes. Well, okay, fine. If you're saying mid-90s, but I'm saying like, sure, maybe relatively speaking, it's better than before, but it's still a thing where it's like, I don't know a single movie without smoking. Yeah, anything that goes to theaters. Like, is there ever? Man, one of my favorite shows that's on Netflix, Peaky Blinders, which, by the way, I need to watch the movie that... Oh, should I do that tonight? 10:45 p.m. I love that show. And it's like, man, would that show be as badass and amazing if they cut out all the smoking, all the scenes where you see Cillian Murphy, or however you pronounce his first name, lighting up his pipe and puffing away, or any of the other characters? Would people find this movie as, or not movie, this TV show as badass and cinematic if they cut out all the smoking scenes. And I think arguably, I think you can argue that those smoking scenes were necessary to the aesthetic and the allure of what they're building, and it wouldn't survive without it. Almost, I can almost agree with that it plays a significant role in making the show watchable and like, you know, whatever. In Europe, we have those photos of the results you can have from smoking, and they keep making them larger. Rules dictate how many percentage of the package is those photos. Oh, you know what? I know that there's a viral video about in Japan how all the food packaging, they have, like by law, the visuals that you see of the food that it's selling has to be pixel perfect or whatever in terms of the sizing. Like you can't sell, let's say if you're selling chips, you have to have the image of the chips on the packaging, and it has to be the exact size of what you're selling. So you can't over or under promise whatever it is. And I was like, oh, that's kind of an interesting rule. I think the US could do with that. Logos are gone, only dark gray package with the name in the same lettering on all cigarette brands. Oh man, one of the cool things about Germany when I was there's a lot of cool things about Germany, to be fair. But one of them that I thought was really nice and practical is in the supermarkets. I think most of the food items, like the packaging, they include a rating. They include a grade system of how healthy the item is. So you might, because I was thinking like, oh, this is so fantastic, because I might buy something thinking it's healthy, but then it's got a rating of like a B or a C. And I was like, oh, well, shit, you almost sold me in thinking this was going to be the thing I need to eat. And then so you look for the A grading or whatever. I forget what the highest grading was. Probably an A. I think that's good. I think all food packaging should have some kind of a consistent grading system across the board, like some kind of standardized rating. So that way, at the very least, you can compare two items and figure out which one's probably healthier based on the rating, or know that this one is healthy or not. I thought that was great. Yeah. Fed says it's a bit hard in historical series like Peaky Blinders because people smoked 24/7 back then. Yeah. So I get that it's trying to be historically accurate or whatever, but it just looks badass. So I think that's objectively a badass thing to see a cigarette, seeing the smoke fill up and create some haze and create different ways that the light diffracts or whatever the right word is, diffused through it. Yeah. But it is funny that we just accept it because of the aesthetics. But anyways, that's perfectly normal in Europe. Different rating systems. We have it on bread too. Percentage of whole grain. I think it's great. The US, we don't have that. It's been years since I've been back. Maybe they did introduce it at some point, but not that I'm aware of. Okay, what was this shot from? This is the Action 6. Okay. So technically, this is the same color grading. It's the same DJI D-Log M. I made a mistake on this first day of shooting. Thankfully, I was able to correct it by the rest of the trip. But you can see most of my footage was overexposed because I think I set it to a set rate. I think I set it to like ISO 100. So the moment the sun popped out, none of this footage is probably going to be usable. Let's see. How much can be salvaged? Nothing. Yeah. So I did ruin a few shots, unfortunately. My cat's going crazy. I think I gotta feed them some more food. So these are all wasted. And then did I fix it here? I'm hoping, yeah, it must be that this might be when I was like, oh, what am I doing? So yeah. Now for my Osmo and my action camera shots, I'm not as picky about the color grading, to be fair, because there's a little bit more leeway or forgiveness to have it look just whatever, just okay. But I do want to see, can I apply the previous color grading to this and how would it look? Oof, it does not look good on this. So for shots that are already cooled down temperature wise, it will not look good. How easy of a fix is this though? because I just want to like copy and paste one time and edit.
G to B.
So if there's a pizza, we have a green keyhole on food items that are particularly healthy in their category. So if there's a pizza with whole grain dough and healthy toppings, it might get a green keyhole logo on it, meaning it's one of the healthier. A keyhole logo. Nice. Okay.
Perceived as either like very, very reliable or not reliable at all based on the context of the question. So if it's like, I know that like you need something shot, and then like, okay, 100%, I know that Peter will always come and take the photo. Like he's reliable because he like, that's the one thing he really cares, and that is engaging for him to do it. But then if it's like, I need you to do something else that you do not care about, then it's going to just be a repeat pattern. Then I'll stop asking you about that thing. But maybe you still want to do it, but then you're frustrated. Like, why hasn't he asked me about that in a while? It's most likely because our brains have like either forgotten about it or stopped engaging in it. And then that's a difficult thing. That's impacting everything around you. And especially if you're an entrepreneur, because I would like to assume that a lot of people who watch this channel are creative. They might even be like freelance, or they live in a world where they're working in a creative space. You know, like you have to deal with the trappings, or the way that the process is. I don't want to call it trappings, the way that the process exists for a business. And rather than just being this like eccentric creative person that can't follow through on this other area, how much better your career, your life, and your surroundings would be if you just started to do something that like actually made that part of your brain work more effectively.
Yeah, I heard someone say once that they take the meds not even just for themselves, but for others.
Yes.
So she was like, you know, even if I don't feel like I need it, like we said, on weekends, she's
Yeah.
like, I know that it'll improve the life of everyone around me on weekends because I'll be more.
You know what? I didn't think about that way. I guess I've been selfish with thinking about that. But if you have severe ADHD, should you take it not just for yourself, but how it impacts others around you? Yeah, fair enough. Fed says, yeah, it's because of a Norwegian way of saying if something is nakkelmerket, which is keyholed, it's used about things being singled out. And the keyhole is green to show it's healthy, green being a natural color. Okay. Interesting. Man. See, there's a lot to learn just from traveling. And this is where it's like, I do put that in my video about the creativity thing, where the key example I give of what is best to improve your creativity is traveling. Like traveling has been like the steroids of improving my imagination and my creativity and all that kind of stuff. Because it's, you know, everything. When you travel to a new country, everything is new variables and so wildly alien and foreign from what you're accustomed to. Like everything from like the language to the sounds, the smells, the sights, like all of your sensory overload, but it's like it's all so different. So like talk about being inundated with a crazy amount of new information that floods your brain. And, you know, if you're more intentional about retaining some of those key findings and learnings, then it can turn into more ingredients for you to like come up with some creative thoughts or some, you know, innovative concepts. So I think the A and those A, B, C, D markings in Germany is also green and the D is red being bad. I think so. I think you're right. Like the A rating was definitely like the natural colors, as you say. Elle says, hey again. Yes. Hello, Elle. Welcome back. We're just continuing on. I'm still on the same video from like an hour plus ago. We're halfway done. Okay. And I'm just doing some color grading on my Osmo Nano. No, this is the Action 6 footage from Uganda. So let's get cracking.
Are willing and participate in all the things that I would otherwise not want to or have any interest in. I thought that was interesting too, because I always approached it like, well, I don't need it today, so I'm not going to do it.
Yeah.
Where I thought like that's kind of thoughtful.
Yeah, absolutely. It's consideration. And I think people always want to feel seen and heard to some degree, where like you are doing something in your life to make their experiences better. And I think that's like the number one thing for me that consistently made my life better, because people were also just generally happier with me and the interactions that I was having at the end of the day, especially on a business side of it.
I do wonder, like I've been trying to be consistent with videos and do 2 a week. In March, I did pretty good. I think I did 13 videos in March, like all said and done. And I haven't done that in years and years and years. And I was like, all right, like I'm crushing it. Like, okay, good. And it feels good. And I take it and I come to work and I get stuff done. And then I looked back and.
Elle says, I'm finishing up a quiz I've just made. Why'd you make a quiz? For work related, or what kind of quiz are we talking about? Fed says green, yellow, orange, red. That's the rating system. Gotcha.
I'd kind of forgotten about it and forgotten that I take it and forgotten, like, it's not like a thing I think about every single day. But when I looked back, I think I can contribute like a lot of that consistency and like ableness to dealing with that ADHD. I think like it became more of an impact for me than I probably ever realized.
Yeah.
And you don't really see it until like you've gone through it and you're on the other side looking back.
Yeah.
You get a lot of perspective of like, oh wow, that explains a lot.
Yeah.
That explains a lot of like my inactivity on socials,
Man,
inactivity on my job, inactivity.
I love this. Yeah, I've said it before, but I'm very excited to have my Osmo Nano or like these action cameras being a part of the mix in my travel captures, because it is kind of cool to always know that you're capturing these behind the scenes of your shots, right? So to be able to have this visual where you can see literally what it was that I was shooting, how I was shooting it, where I make mistakes or when it works out perfectly. So here you can see literally as the guy on the boat was passing me by, you know, I was quickly trying to set it up on the right profile that I was using for people. Then I had to hit the record button, obviously. I adjusted the aperture to f4. I think I was punched in to 5. I think I was punched in with the teleconverter. And then I was doing my best to try to pan the camera lens, or pan the camera to follow the dude. And man, this was so tough because like even these boats, man, it was so shaky. So it's definitely, but it looks cool in slow motion. I can definitely see myself turning this into a quick video moment. So see the behind the scenes and then show the actual result after the moment passes. In slow motion for that one. Yo, we got BC in the chat. BC gambled it all away. How'd you do? Oh my, you hit 2 million PPs, our prize pixels. Thank you for keeping the PP alive, okay? I took a massive risk there. Yeah, you know what? Life is about taking those risks. Feds to Spain uses it too, the Nutri-Score. It originated in France, but it has steadily been spreading to other countries. Yeah, it needs to spread to the US. Not that I'm there anymore, but like, you know, listen, it'd be good for society. BC, hopefully you are doing well. Happy Monday. Good morning to you. Top of the morning, as they say, or afternoon, I guess, ish. I'm just trying to edit some videos from Uganda, and we're watching this video about ADHD from Mr. McKinnon, Peter McKinnon. I actually have no, who is this guy? Did Peter actually introduce him? Wait, did he not introduce him this whole time, or did I miss it? 3458, hold on. It's worth.
I didn't really like take it seriously. I always kind of thought ADHD was a bit of like, you make a cop out.
Boredom is just kryptonite to us.
You got
or the magic. It act time. All the time
we're gonna do it.
And
you're finally here. You're not on an airplane or a boat. You're finally here. You're not on an airplane or a boat or a bus on a back road or paragliding or I don't know. You're just never in. I feel like I haven't seen you in the flesh in so long. I only see your adventures on the internet, which is amazing.
Thank you.
We gotta start the pocket dump, dude. I gotta know what's in your pockets.
Okay.
I gotta know what's with you.
Okay. Today I have my Olympus film camera because I have like 2 shots left on it, so we're gonna definitely take a photo together.
Okay. At least they put in the lower thirds title. But he never like said his name out loud. And I guess because I think we were talking about it earlier, usually most people, I'm assuming when they're listening to podcasts, they're listening, not watching at the same time. So I had no idea this guy's name, and it's not in the title here. So I just like completely was like, who is this guy? Okay, Chris Howe. Photographer, creator, friend. Nice. B says, how's my good friend today? I'm doing very well. Thank you for asking. I posted a YouTube video yesterday. I'm trying to get into a routine of like trying to post 2 videos per week on YouTube is my hope. So I think it's doable. It just depends on how productive I am. So I did post my second video of, I guess, last week, if I count it that way. I hope you guys check it out. It's I think it's linked on all the chats, or it's pinned there. But it's like a 3-minute video about my, just kind of like the culmination. It's like a montage of my travels with the Nikon Z6 III. And I just give a few quick thoughts about my key learnings shooting with it. And hopefully visually you find it compelling with the photos and videos that I've captured. So yeah, I felt good that I could put that out there. It's probably the last video I'm posting about the Nikon Z6 III. And then today, right before I streamed, I did post a carousel of images and videos taken with the Z6 III on my Instagram. So if you want to dabble over there, if you ever feel like going onto the Instagram side of things, let me promote my Instagram. Feel free to check it out. Give it a like or leave a comment. All of those things do help my growth as a creator, so I appreciate all of that. So yeah, I'm feeling good because I'm proud of the photos and videos that I've taken with it. So it's always nice to just put it out into the world and then move on to the next thing and keep going from there. And it was really cool because a number of people hopped into the YouTube side, and it seems like maybe they came in because of my recent video. So it is always cool to also get some evidence that you know, posting these things can lead to new people following you and supporting you. So it's also a nice reminder that I need to keep being consistent now that I'm not traveling to create content. So yeah, anyways, Fed says he's another YouTuber, this Chris Howe guy, cameras and gear. Gotcha. I feel like I should follow him. He sounds very insightful. And if he's friends with Peter McKinnon, I'm assuming Peter's at that point where probably all of the people he's friends with, they must be some kind of creative, you know? L took an L by gambling all the points away. It's okay. Listen, someone's got to win, someone's got to lose. L says, the quiz I'm making, is this a Bible verse or a movie quote? That sounds like kind of fun. Fed says, like most of these people, I don't recall him actually talking about photography in the videos I've seen him, but he does talk about cameras. Gotcha. Like more gear talk as opposed to, yeah. Fair enough.
I
Okay.
think, like it became more of an impact for me than I probably ever realized.
Yeah.
And you don't really see it until like you've gone through it and you're on the other side looking back.
Yep.
You get a lot of perspective of like, oh wow, that explains a lot.
Yeah.
That explains a lot of like my inactivity on socials, inactivity on my job, inactivity in just like relationships and friendships and interests just across the board.
Yeah. And you actually spoke to this a little bit before off camera where we were talking about like it's really easy to focus on the macro rather than trying to like zoom out and just go like, well, what's the bigger picture of all of this right now? And that's like literally the like hyper focused part of that brain.
I never look at the wide first.
Yeah.
I only like, I'm telescope level, dude. I'm looking at the fibers.
Yeah.
You have one video do bad and you're like, that's it, it's over.
Yeah.
You're like, well, let's zoom out and look at the whole scope of everything that you're doing. I'm like, why would I do that?
Yeah.
I'm locked in on that one thing and I'm like a dog with a bone. I won't let it go.
Yeah, 100%.
I have to be reminded.
Yeah, and that's another part of it too, where they're like, you know, you can also be really sensitive. Like people with ADHD are like hypersensitive to things as well. So like,
Fed says, yeah, many YouTubers used to talk about filmmaking and photo techniques, but only a few seem to have been able to make that their main thing on their channels. Filmmaking and photo techniques. So here's my candid thoughts of what exactly is the direction that I think I can take my channel. I don't think I'll ever be the type of YouTuber that I can make my content around tutorials or that kind of stuff, especially on the technical things. Listen, you're the patient zero of understanding what it's like where I know nothing, right? Especially technical language. It's like I just do things. I play with these sliders and these knobs and hopefully the result looks good. But you know, F you if you try to make me explain any of that. So, and not to say I can't do that. I think I should do it and it behooves me, but I don't necessarily think I'm best positioned to be the person you should listen to anyways for that kind of knowledge. I think I'm just here to hopefully share my journey of how I create stuff and then learn together. Hopefully people watch to learn with me or see my perspective on things. So yeah, I guess if I'm considered a quote unquote YouTuber and what do I talk about the most, would I be the type that talks about filmmaking? Probably not. I don't think I have the confidence to say I'm the person to watch for that. Photo techniques, probably not. I mean, I'm sure there's some videos I should make where I talk about here's how I shoot. Here's the basic level of how I do X, Y, and Z. Here's how I pack, or here's what to do in this country. Those kind of things I think I could speak with a little bit more experience and confidence. But most likely it'll just be like, here's my trip to this country. Here was my time here, right? So it's going to be more like there's not much you'll gain information wise or like in terms of knowledge. It'll just be like entertainment at the end of the day. So yeah, even like if a company like Nikon or whatever gear company says like, hey, would you we'll give you access to this new product. I don't think I could ever be the type of channel that can technically break down why this product is better or worse than another based on the specs, based on like XYZ, blah. You know, I don't think I'll ever get there. I wish, but yeah. There's some, and their videos are usually them going out on a hike and taking photos and teach about photography. You have to be really good to make that interesting to keep a large audience, or really funny, or both. Wish me luck, okay? Well, so anyways.
How funny is it that like we pick careers where we're like publicly judged all the time?
Man. That's probably why the comments destroy me, because I read them all. I want to know.
Yeah, yeah.
And then one takes you down.
For sure. And the hard part is like, you know, if we're talking about like a younger version of ourselves, we start to see those like negative things as being like kind of like an absolute. Like it's really hard for us to go like gratitude, positive thing. And it's like, no, especially like that whole mentality of being like, if we believe the negative comment to be true, then it hurts even more.
Yeah.
But we're like, it goes like 2 times as deep, maybe even deeper, because again, our brains perceive it that way. And I think there's like a sensitivity that like, even with feedback, like I think that's another thing in the creative space that comes in, where like someone could just be like, hey, have you ever thought about the color grade being this way? And you're like, no. And like, but you asked them for their feedback.
Yeah, you're
and
mad that you got it.
You're mad
if it's different.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, well, were you just looking for a yes man? You're like, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I
and
wanted.
that's a funny thing too, where it's like taking a breather or taking a step back. Cause like now it's like you want to be a productive person in your creative process, but it's like you're even more sensitive to feedback on that on like a collaboration level. So again, this is why I think.
Okay. If you're visually watching me, I'm dabbling in the DJI Studio. So alongside all the other cameras that I was shooting with, which for the most part, I can show how I'm editing or reviewing them in DaVinci. That's the Nikon ZR for this trip. It's the Osmo Nano, the Action 6, as well as sometimes iPhone shots. What I can't show and edit within DaVinci are the 360 camera shots. So I was traveling with an Osmo 360. And for that, as far as I understand, the only way to edit them, I have to use DJI's proprietary software called DJI Studio. So I need to get more comfortable editing 360 degree camera shots, especially because the past 2 months I shot a lot with it. So you're gonna watch me struggle here. I've loaded in, I'm trying to take it chronologically, so as I go through each day of shooting. So this is from that same the same day that I was editing and color grading on DaVinci. Now, these are the shots from the 360. I have no idea how to use this software. Like can I import the LUT? God, that would be so nice if I can just apply the LUT directly onto what I see here. The DJI LUT. But where would I even do that? I have no idea. And how do I freaking use this tool? All right, let's just hit play. Maybe it'll magically. Oh, you know what? And also, this is kind of fun. I should have considered this early on. Fed says, you say that because you're so used to wildlife trips now, but people can learn a lot when you show a video and talk about what happened, what went wrong, what worked, etc. Yeah, I think, no, okay, don't get me wrong. I think I have a lot to share, but I don't think I have the, I can only share confidently about my perspective. So you shouldn't ever see me sharing something where I sound very confident, or yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Okay, but what I was going to say about this is I think I should just play these out in its entirety. For the most part, I think I can do that. Because it's almost like watching it as if it was a live stream. Because I think when I was shooting with the Osmo 360, for the most part, every time I used it, it was like uninterrupted, extensive recordings where it just played all the way through. Because I didn't really think I had moments where I had to turn it off, unless the battery died or the memory card or something like that. So we can literally play this from the beginning, and then I can drag around and move the angle so we can, it's almost like you guys get to hop in with me and see my experience. But the only thing that would make that a bit more exciting to do is if I'm able to apply the DJI LUT to the footage here. Let me look that up as let me just look it up as I do this. So that at least the visuals will look a little bit
Like,
cleaner.
oddly enough, YouTube has been like a great career for both of us because it's one of those things where we have predetermined deadlines. Like, were you the person in school where it's like you
It's been a while since I talked to ChatGPT. Let's do that now. It's been so long I have to reactivate the thing. Where's Roadcaster? Hello, hello, can you hear me?
Well, I reckon I can hear you just fine, partner. What's on your mind out there on the digital frontier?
I recently purchased a DJI Osmo 360 camera, and I'm now reviewing some of the footage within DJI Studio, the program. And I can see the footage just fine, but I shot in D-Log M, so it's in that kind of flat, raw file. Is there a way, because I do have the DJI LUT that was provided specifically for the Osmo 360, is there a way within DJI Studio to apply the LUT so I can see the color corrected version?
Well, ain't that a modern puzzle? Now, if DJI Studios is bare bones as a desert saloon, it ain't gonna give you a fancy LUT option. If you want to slap on that LUT and see some color, you'll have to herd that footage into a proper editing corral like DaVinci Resolve or Premiere. Out there, you can apply that LUT and see it bloom like a desert flower.
Okay, so you're saying within the DJI Studio, because I do see they have a bunch of filters, and there is like a section called filter with LUTs. You're telling me I can't? Wait, I'm actually on a section where it says I can import LUTs. So are you sure? Can you double check that information?
Well, color me mildly amused. Seems they finally added a door to that barn. If you've got an import LUT option in there, then you can ride that trail. Just saddle up your LUT, import it, and see if it plays nice with your footage. But I'll tip my hat to your persistence. Guess they gave you a fancier toolbox than I thought.
This mother effer. Wow. What's the point of AI if you end up figuring out the answer for yourself? So it's the Osmo 360. Where do I have that? I thought I downloaded it from their site. Hold on.
wrote the
Fed says you don't have to be confident about those things, pointing out how something went wrong. Yeah, exactly. That I can do easily. Here's all my mistakes. Enjoy. I finished another short film script today. Seems workable now. Well, congrats. That's epic. Man, you work. I can learn a lot from how speedily you work.
essay the night before.
Yeah, or the morning of.
Yes,
Yeah,
100%.
or I just didn't write it.
Yeah, so there's another sign, by the way.
Yeah.
If you didn't know, that's because we get some sort of gratification from that, and we also have a really like skewed perception of time. Like, how many times have you like built out your schedule for the day and you're like, I'm going to get all these things done. I'm going to do this thing in this time, this time, and then
I did it. Oh, it was so much simpler than I thought it would be. Okay, so I have the LUT. Now, do I just drag it onto the thing? I do. Oh, this means when we get to our chimpanzee footage, it'll look much cleaner, and we can watch it in real time. And I don't know how much of this will actually look good, because like I said, I set all of my action cameras, unfortunately, to ISO 100. So I'm assuming that it might have some blown out moments because of that. We'll see.
maybe you only got one of them done.
Yeah, or none of them, for sure.
Yeah.
I heard a friend once say that he manages a group of people, and he's like, and they have ADHD, and like they're the biggest thing I can do to set them up for failure is give them time on a task. If I say like, hey, in 2 weeks we want to have these things done. He's like, it'll be done like the night before, 2 weeks from now. But I'm better to just wait on that task actually and give it to them a day or two before if I know they can do it.
Yeah.
Because then it's just going to stress them out, or they're just going to.
Okay. It must be because I applied the LUT, but now it's a lot shakier. So I think the rendering is a bit slower. So there is a trade-off, apparently. Dang it. So maybe it's best to not turn it on if I want to watch it in real time. Come on. Why can't life just give me everything I want? Okay, so is the best solution that I just turn off the LUT? There What happens if I undo everything? Okay, so I'm gonna turn off all the LUTs. And then we'll try again and see if it's still laggy. God, I'm hating this program so much. Why is it just not working? Everything's so glitchy. Okay, yeah, so at least it is smoother without the LUT. Okay, fine. Well, I guess we'll just watch without. So welcome, guys, to my trip. This is how I travel. Fez says, I blame coffee for my ability to work fast. It definitely helps me concentrate. I drink like 2 cups of coffee every day. I need to call Peter McKinnon so he can diagnose me, yeah. So yeah, I guess I'll let it play and then you guys can follow along. Hopefully it's fun. But this is like the area where all the boats dock. So they have some ferries and stuff, but this is also where you basically, to go to the Shoebill location, you first have to ride one of these motorized boats to get you across Lake Victoria, to then get to the place where you switch boats to the smaller wooden ones that go inside the swamp. So here's me with my Pidgeotech backpack. I brought my jacket just in case it rains. I brought a waterproof, my assumption was it was gonna rain, because you never know. I was wearing that cotton carrier harness, which worked out nicely. The one issue I had still, in my opinion, was that the Osmo Action 6 that's attached to the cotton carrier shoulder strap, the shoulder straps are a little bit of a diagonal angle, so you can even see here that it's tilted. And thankfully it does have some calibration system in there where it'll create like a level shot, but with a lot of cropping, right, to make it level with the earth, essentially. Okay, so as I let it play out, it is still a bit choppy. So that's oh no, it's just smooth as I said that. Maybe it's like the moment I start moving around, or maybe somehow it like renders. It would be nice if it can all process within the studio and then I can just play it smoothly. Lag detection. Wait, what is that? What is that? Oh, it was just telling me that there is lag detection. That's annoying. Maybe I have to turn off DaVinci. Maybe there's too many softwares open. Fed says, look at that green water. Must be some sort of algae. I will say, the water definitely looked disgusting at times. At times it would look very brown as we were passing by. So I don't recommend taking a swim in the lake here. Oh man, I'm so bad with names. I'm gonna get his name again, I'm sure. This guy, I've seen him so many times now. He was the boat pilot since my first time doing a Shoebill, which was like 2 to 3 years prior to this trip. It's kind of fun. It's fun seeing the same people over again, but I wish I could be better at remembering names. His name was maybe, what was his name? A lot of people have like Christian names in Uganda, like American English names. Was his name David, Isaac, Innocent, David, Mike? I think it was a common name. David, Mike, Innocent. No, isn't it? David, Joshua? No, okay, it's with a J. Joshua? I'm gonna go with Joshua. Joshua? Jeff. Maybe it's Jeff. Yo, Kavai. Kavai's in the chat, says, I liked your newest vids. I checked them out. Thank you very much. I appreciate the support. Yeah, today I posted on Instagram my favorite photos and then some of the video segments to promote the video. So I appreciate that you took some time to watch it. You definitely need to make a video about them. About who? Sorry, I missed the connection there. Oh, Kivai says, hello, still live. I'm going to bed soon. Yes, yes. Oh, and L asked, sorry, I missed a bunch of messages. L said, do you got the cotton carrier? I do. Unfortunately, I made a mistake. I bought the camouflage version, but unfortunately, technically, Uganda, you're not allowed to wear camouflage unless you're in the military. So if I'm in like a civilian location or within the city, I'm sure if a soldier or someone saw me, I could get in trouble. Technically, where I was using it though, it's like usually in these like national park kind of environments where I think the rules are a bit more lax. So nobody cared. But I wish I had just bought the plain colored one. But what can you do? The guys on the boats. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you for connecting the dots for me. My brain is slowing down here. Yes, I absolutely want to make like a documentary style of just about the whole experience, but then also the people who run it. These guys have a simpler job. They just do the ferrying trip across the lake. Then they hand off to the guys that I really want to make the film about, which are the ones who take you through the swamp. God, what was his name? Jeffrey? Joshua? I hope you can hear it when I ask.
How are you? Nice to meet you again. Yeah, it's been a while.
Damn it! Okay, I was close. It started with a J, but he said his name is Joseph. What did I say? Joshua. Oh, I have a thing because I think someone else's name was Joshua, and I keep mixing. I'm so bad with like Joshua and Joseph. I keep mixing it up. It's like a tick, or it's like dyslexia type thing. Joseph. His name was Joseph. These guys would be a part of a larger video, but the guys on the wooden boats need their own film. For sure, yeah. It's like the whole journey needs to be documented because each part plays a role. And like even when you cross this lake, it's a cool experience. The number of like different wildlife, like different birds you'll see like tracking you, and then they're diving into the water. You'll see a bunch of like kingfishers diving into the water, and it's fun to try to film it. And then you see a lot of locals, like a lot of fishermen as you pass. And that's also fun because a lot of them are waving back at you, or you just kind of see them doing their day in the life type thing. It's different. But yeah, that water is this is not color grading. This is just the green of whatever's in there. So this is what the LUT applied in terms of the colors, and then here's the flat version. Oh, I guess I turned it off there. Yeah, conserve battery. So this is also the first time I was shooting with this monopod. And the monopod was much easier to use in this boat. In the past, I've been using my Peak Design carbon fiber tripod. But the problem is once you use a tripod, the legs stick out so much from the center that it becomes easier to trip over or like blocks things. And here is just a little bit easier to kind of maintain. And it held up nicely. I had the Wimberley gimbal head attached to do this kind of like side mounting of the 400 lens. Man, I wish it wasn't so laggy. Let me pause real quick. So here, so you can see at times, I think maximum we saw were like 2 boats. So I think tourism-wise, this is still very underrated. It's not like very well advertised, in my opinion. Or even if it's well advertised, it's just not something a lot of tourists make use of, or not to the point where it's like going on a Jeep safari in Kenya or South Africa or whatever, where you're competing against like 50 boats. They're not 50 boats, like 20 to 30 Jeeps, right? Here it's like at most we're maybe seeing like a couple boats come by. But yeah. Monopods are a godsend in certain situations, so little real estate used on the bottom compared to a tripod. Exactly, yeah. This is exactly where a monopod is superior to the tripods. I'm sure a lot of people would like to see that to get a good picture of what it takes to get out there on a trip like this. Yeah, you guys are getting the full inside scoop of like what it looks like, almost start to finish. Obviously, I didn't film parts of it there, but basically you hop onto this boat and then we proceed. And yeah, these boats are not that big. So this is one of the things I have to figure out also is like, okay, how many people per boat? Especially if you're photographers, right? So like for me, you can see I'm taking up one full seat, but then my bag is taking up a second seat, right? And I can't just let my bag sit anywhere because I don't know if it's as visible, but these boats, they're slowly sinking. So, there's a lot of water that fills in. And so throughout the tour, the operators, they have a bucket somewhere and they're like they're scooping out all the water and dumping it out. So this is all wet, which is why they had some of these like wooden planks to, rest your bags on or whatever else. So it's not the most like pristine situation. And so I think realistically, it should be 2 photographers per boat. So I forget his name. He was my driver to get there. He works for the Karingo Safaris, but if he was a photographer, I think this is just right. If we had a 3rd photographer in this boat with us, it would definitely get very cramped and anybody's motion will rock the boat significantly. And I think you just have to be more careful with like 3 big cameras like this causing imbalance. Because then there's always 2 boat operators. So the dude over on the edge there and the dude on the back end have to be in the boat. So they look bigger in this wide angle though. Yeah, exactly. Oh, and then to answer your question from earlier, these boats are brown red. So it looks like the blue painting maybe is just a way to create some brand identity, or I don't know, to distinguish, but. And in terms of the distance, so here you can see obviously this is the shoe bill, what I came to capture. You can definitely get much closer. There's no like rules as far as I can tell of like how close can you get to the shoe bill. It's just a matter of obviously the shoe bill, if you get at a close proximity, at some point it'll fly away or move away from you. So, but because this kind of like swampy situation, you can literally, it's the boat operators, they just kind of push the boat along and they use their big these like wooden sticks, these poles, to push you through any of these areas. Okay, unfortunately, it is so laggy. Like, it seems like it's not going to be conducive to showing this without it being glitchy. So let me just like speed on ahead. Let me see if there's a different angle when I get closer. Oh yeah, so I do have the behind the scenes of some of the key photos. See here, you can kind of see. This is the shoe bill. It's a little pixel. But this is when it was like drying or cleaning itself and it's like contorted its body. It's like twisted its neck. There it is. There's the head. So there is a world where I could technically match this shot and line it up with the photo moment or the video moment and then turn that into a quick little social media content or YouTube, whatever. Man, I look so ridiculous. So I got obviously I got my ZR with the 400 2.8. Then on my cotton carrier, I've got the Action 6 attached to the shoulder. Then I've got the Osmo Nano hooked up to my hat. And on this selfie stick, I think I was using, this trip I was using the selfie stick. And I think I was just squeezing the stick in between my armpits maybe or something. I don't know. But yeah, we have the selfie stick to get this angle. I might have seen this crew before in someone's video or a competing crew. These guys, oh yeah, these guys, this is the first time I've seen these two on this boat. In my previous Uganda video where I spent time in the Shubil swamp, or the Mabama swamp, one of their names is Innocent, and I forget the other guy's name. I did see Innocent this day when I returned. He had a huge beard this time, but yeah, it was good to see him again. Fed says, Yobel, the one-man crew. Yeah, you know, I say unfortunately. I'm at peace with it. I find a lot of solitude in doing this all on my own. But I cannot wait to have to be a part of a film crew, whether it's my own crew or someone else's. It is nice to have a team. You know what? Funny to kind of to bring it back to what we were talking about earlier. When I think about wrestling and what like because that was my entire childhood, I did grow up all because it's an individual sport, right? So as an individual sport, you never could rely on your teammates. It was never like this feeling of like you had other people to lean on. So, but at the same time, when you win, it feels incredible because you did it on your own as an individual when you're competing. When you lose, it feels more devastating because you have no one else to blame. So I've always grown up in like an individual sports kind of a situation. And I guess it's the same with how I've lived my whole, photography lifestyle where I travel solo. But I would love to be in a team environment. That's my big goal for this year and beyond. Fed says, yeah, I don't recognize the guys. It's the type of boat. Yeah. L says, talk slow and slowly speed up. Tip from a speech therapist. Talk slow and then slowly speed up. So start off at a slow... Okay, yeah. I like the advice. Are you telling me I should follow that advice? Which I accept, by the way. Talk slow and slowly speed up. I remember in my corporate days when I was starting to do presentations, my boss, one of the advices he gave me at the time was... for Kavai. What did Kavai say? Okay. Just advice in general. That's good advice. I think one thing when you start to do like public speaking and whatever else, especially if you're like trying to do a presentation, like a corporate environment, you have to, remember your key talking points and whatever else. I think most people have a tendency to speed up. They'll speak quickly, right? Because you're so anxious or nervous, you start speeding up everything. So one of the best advice is always to slow down, like, take a deep breath and then just like, you just need to calm things down a bit. And also take your time with your speech. Because I think sometimes we think awkward pauses or like silence is a bad thing, but that's all in your mind. And in reality, I think sometimes when you have these pauses, it can also act as a good way to emphasize whatever you're stating. Whereas when you speak fast, it's like more noticeable to people listening because obviously there's a lot more that they have to register. And I think it's more obvious that you're nervous as well when you speak really quickly. But yeah, that's good advice. Talk slow and then speed up from there. Okay. Now this freaking thing is so laggy. It's annoying me. So I think I'm done editing from this DJI Studio for... Oh, nice. Okay. At least we have a new angle here. How did this turn out? Let's see. Mid-yawn. Wow, look at that. What an angle. This will be the thumbnail for my YouTube video. Some of these moments were not meant for public viewing. But whatever. This would be fun though if this was a live stream. I think the tech is there. I'm assuming I could hook up this 360 camera to a live stream if I had the right adapters. I don't know what, but assuming there is a world where you could turn a 360 camera into that. Okay, forget the 360. Regardless, if I had a camera set up on this boat and I could take you guys with me during a live stream, I think this could be fun. right? Because then in these like moments where, you know, I'm just like on my own, so I'm just being like, you know, like a monk here, just doing nothing. I guess this would be the moment. These would be the moments where assuming I have a community and people are chatting, I can use this time to speak to people in the chat, explain what's going on, even review some of the photos and videos, and then switch to showing my camera so you can see what the captures I had. So this becomes like review moments. I got my microphone, I'm talking. Maybe I could put a microphone on one of these guys, these operators. But yeah, for this realistically, I think having an action camera like an Osmo Pocket 3 or Osmo Pocket 4 would be the right camera to use. And then I can just hook it up to my harness or to the backpack. I don't know. I got to figure out what's the most bare bones way to do this as a live stream, assuming I have to also carry with me my video switcher, or I don't know. This is where I need to chat with like Cyronius on a backpack live streaming solution, so backpack solution for a boat like this for live streaming, and then for the Jeep safaris, that's where we bring out the bigger Rodecaster video switcher, multiple camera angles, all hooked up with cables and all that, and the Starlink. Look at that dumb blank expression on my face. What kind of thoughts is going through this man's brain right now, you know? That's what I'm thinking with that dull look. This is called the empty gaze. Okay, so it's so glitchy though. So anyways, these are the 360 camera shots. I think I did correct, this might be an auto ISO, I think. Because I think midway through this, I must have switched it off of the fixed ISO. So yeah, it'll be interesting to play with this a bit more and see what's usable. Fed says that look is the look of a man scouting for tsetse flies. There were no flies here. I don't think I really got any issues with mosquitoes and stuff. Usually it's been fine on these swamp excursions in terms of bugs. The bugs it's only when, actually in Uganda it wasn't that big of a deal. It's the next trip, Tanzania. That's where the tsetses were insane. Like bordering on psychotic how much you have to deal with them. And you guys will see it when I get to that trip and I'm sharing a lot of these like behind the scenes footage. You'll see how many times, not just me, all of them, but definitely me, I'm like swatting my face, my arms, just like it's nonstop battle. It is a mentally and physically exhausting experience just from the tsetse flies. And it was fun just hearing the guides talk about, because they live with these tsetse flies, right? You have no choice for their line of work. And they hate it so much, but they learn to live with it, right? There's nothing you can do about them at some points. They get almost sadistic with how they deal with the tsetse flies. It's kind of hilarious when they share like the level of torture they'll do when it comes to catching one of these tsetse flies that are biting them, and how the creative ways that they come up with on how to kill the tsetse flies. It's a little bit psychotic, but I don't blame them, because living with these tsetses are not my cup of tea. That is a look of a man wondering and pondering, where have all the tsetse flies gone? Yeah, either way, life revolves around, once you've experienced tsetse flies, your life is revolving around the absence and the inclusion of tsetse flies. It's always one of those, yeah. Anyways, so this is some of the behind the scenes that I'll have to put together and then turn it into content. Okay, and then is this from the same day? Yeah, so I have a bunch more. I think this is the next day. So I did test out the mist. There's like a snow mist filter that Freewell provided me, And I briefly tested out, but for the most part, I was just shooting the free well lenses without it. But yeah, like look at these shots, right? Obviously, we'll color grade these. That'll be tomorrow's exercise. But there's all these really cool moments where, like, very pensive moments, or like moments where you can get some cool close-up shots, you know, as the environment's changing around you, and they have this look on their face as they're meditating or thinking or navigating. There's some cool moments if this guy was the person I'm interviewing. Yeah. And then like nice sunset shots, you know, get some silhouette shots once the sun comes down or goes down, and, you know, it's a very peaceful look to everything. So I think I was just trying different angles here. So I can definitely see a film coming together in the future where we put some of these angles together. I don't know. And yeah, if I get these shots with like a perfect sunset environment, which is definitely doable, yeah, now we're really talking. And then one thing I'll have to do is focus on like close-up shots, which I tend to forget. So get like I need to do a close-up shot of just his hand, you know, as he's navigating the boat, or, you know, when they're pushing the boat along with the staffs, the wooden sticks, like, yeah, close-ups of that. I tend to forget that, and I need to not forget. Yeah, these kind of shots here, when you see the yeah, I think this is a cool shot. So yeah, anyways, we'll do stuff like that. Dator says goodbye, have a good night. Thank you very much, Dator. And speaking of which, it is also my time to say the same words. It is 11:41 p.m. I do need to eat dinner. Unfortunately, I keep running into this. I need to do something about my schedule with food. But yes, it is now almost midnight for me. I've had a fun stream. Thank you guys. Today was interesting. We had like 19 people hop onto my YouTube stream at some point. So I don't know why, but I do appreciate it. I appreciate there's a lot of new people, newcomers who've hopped into my stream on the Twitch side and YouTube as well. And some familiar faces, and I say faces, but names that hopped in that I haven't seen since like literally the first month of my streaming. So that was really cool. Yeah, so fun stream all around, and I do appreciate all of you guys who've hopped in at various points to say kind words about my recent videos. I do hope you will check it out if you haven't. It's on my YouTube channel, and I post it on Instagram as well if you would like to support me further with your time and with your likes and comments, all that kind of stuff. Like I said, my goal is to try to post 2 videos per week. So even now, I'm just working with my editor. Hopefully we can have a couple more videos ready to go and just start posting it more regularly. So yeah, fingers crossed that I stay consistent with it. I have no reason not to. And hold on, my cats. Oh, look who decided to come back to her original spot. She does own this spot. I will say this camera angle and this cat was designed for this location. Isn't that right, Nala? I think it's just the color scheme and all that. It just looks good when she's there. But does that mean Kimbap has gone to his spot? He has. Oh, wait. Oh, no. I was like, wait, what happened to my camera angle? Interesting. So Kimbap has moved to my workout bench in the background. It actually doesn't look that bad. It's a funny angle. I need to adjust the blanket to go over the entire workout bench, so it'll be like a consistent, clean, tannish color there on what he's sitting on. But interesting. Not a bad spot. And with this 50mm lens, again, it's in the crop mode, but actually doesn't look bad. I wonder what it would look if I put the 85mm there. But with the autofocus, it actually looks nice. Actually, this is giving me some thoughts here, or ideas. If I do have a consistent, kind of like a bed that they like back where he is right now, and I maintain the spot obviously in the foreground, and assuming the autofocus works as is, or as it should, then if he chooses to go in the back there, it'll focus on him, and it's kind of an interesting angle. Yeah, actually this can give some interesting depth shots. This one I don't think I can do much with, because the closest thing behind her will be on the wall, which is way too far, I think, for anything useful. But that must be where he plans to do the podcast. I should do a podcast with my cats for sure. Kimbap, good boy. Yeah, I'm speaking to you over here. Good boy. Nice. Good girl, Nala. Yeah. All right. All that needs to be said has been said. Oh wait, no, it all has not been said. I did not finish this video. How far did we get? 38 minutes. That's not bad. Blame it on my ADHD. How about that? Boom. That's a way to end it. That must be, will Nala be the first guest on this podcast, I wonder, talking about her past as Amazon Kitty. I do need to, yeah. I should get her a new box. Do I have any Amazon purchases coming? I do, in a couple days. So we'll see. We'll see how big the box is for her. All right. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow. Most like maybe the same time, maybe earlier. Depends. Let's see how productive I can be. But yeah, happy Monday, and see you guys throughout the week. Thank you, everyone, and cheers.